Hello, I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and welcome to the June 2nd Special City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in the City Council chambers. Please note, public speaker comment time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are an in-person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. Tonight, we will have interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. Our interpreters this evening are Maya Fonseca and Angela Thielen. Thank you all for your time and services today.
So Maya or Angela, are you able to provide us an interpretation of our introduction? Yes, go right ahead. Thank you.
Roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In the City Council chambers are myself, Mayor Betsy Nash, Vice Mayor Jennifer Wise, City Council members Drew Combs, Jeff Schmidt, and Cecilia Taylor. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, Assistant City Attorney Lisa Maxwell, and City Clerk Judy Heron. City Clerk Heron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So for members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are in person, you can return that speaker card. Virtual, you'll engage that hand feature. And for anyone calling in, you'll press *9 at that time. I would also like to remind folks that we have a special Environmental Quality Commission recruitment that is currently open, and you can contact the City Clerk's office for more information. Deadline for applications is Friday, June 12th. And lastly, a reminder to our presenters, because we're offering interpretation this evening, we do ask that you speak just a little slow and clear, just so that live interpretation will come through for our folks. And that concludes my instructions. Thank you, Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Study sessions. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. The study session tonight is C1, receive presentations on downtown development proposals for Parking Plazas 1, 2, and/or 3. Accept public comment, conduct a question and answer session with the development teams, and provide direction on next steps in the evaluation process. We will have staff introduce the item and proceed with the random selection of the presentation order. Each developer will present from their podium based on the number assigned from the random drawing. After the 3 presentations, we will open up for public comment. As a reminder, public comment speaker time will be limited if there are more than 10 speakers. Following public comment, the City Council will ask each of the developers a series of questions. A single question will be asked of each developer, and we will rotate the developer response after each question. Developer responses should not exceed 3 minutes per question. Here to introduce the item is Principal Planner Tom Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. This evening's meeting is a study session as a continuation of the selection process for downtown development on Parking Plazas 1, 2, and/or 3. And just as a reminder, no actions will be taken this evening. The goal of this project is to meet local housing needs by providing housing close to downtown jobs, services, and transit, and was included in the city's housing element as Program H4G. The key objectives of the project are to provide at least 345 affordable housing units as part of any development, to provide public parking, to replace existing surface spaces, to help meet the city's regional housing needs allocation in the housing element, and to improve downtown vitality by providing the potential for an increased residential base and possible community benefits like pocket parks and open spaces. You can see on the map on the right-hand side of the slide that Parking Plazas 1, 2, and 3 are on the north side of Santa Cruz Avenue, as shown here. And those are the only parking plazas that are referenced in this project. Recent milestones for the project include the release of a request for proposals in September 2025. And in December of 2025, the city received 3 RFP responses from Alliant Communities, Presidio Bay Ventures, and related companies in Alta Housing. And more recently, on May 7th of this year, there was a community open house, and we had over 100 participants sign in to that event, and as well as others who did not. So some great participation there. And here we are this evening as a continuation of that to have the presentations from the developers and a question and answer session. The recommended format for the meeting this evening, as the mayor stated, would be to have developer presentations with an order determined by random drawing, followed by a public comment period, and then a question and answer session, and any city council feedback, including any direction on the financial analysis of proposals that was included in the staff report. This table of tentative next steps was included in the staff report, and I would just highlight that the next item on that list for August of this year, tentatively, would be direction on a preferred proposal. The financial analysis that I mentioned has not been factored in, so that could extend the date that you see here by additional months, just depending on the process of completing that and bringing it back to the council as part of a recommendation or further information. And now I will turn it to City Clerk Herron to conduct the random drawing to determine the presentation order.
Thank you. So we have here all the names of our 3 developers. The first one is Related Companies and Alta Housing. So you will be using podium 1 and presenting first. Our second will be Presidio Bay Ventures. You'll be at podium 2 presenting second. And our third and final, anyone can guess? It'll be Alliant Communities. You'll be presenting for podium 3 and you'll be going third. You give me one moment. I am going to attach just the names of the developers to the podiums. Alliance second? City. Short term. Alliance.
Thank you, City Clerk Heron. And so now I will introduce the related companies and Alta Housing team and invite them to podium 1 to give their presentation.
Okay, there we go.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting us here today. We're the Related Alta team, and we'll start by introducing ourselves, and then we'll talk a little bit more about our organization as well as our plan. So if you want to advance this slide. All right. So my name is Ann Silverberg. I'm CEO and president of Related California, and I'm joined by others from Related, including Nick Wilder back here and Spencer Sheep. I'm going to hand it over to Randy.
Good evening. I'm Randy Suda, and I'm the president and CEO of Alta Housing. We're a nonprofit affordable housing provider, and I'm joined today by Carlos Castellanos and Stephanie Scheip, also from Alta, and Elsa Salgado.
And I'm Kevin Markarian, principal with Piatak Architects.
All right, we advance to the next slide. We'll talk a little bit about our team. So first, again, thank you for inviting us to speak with you this evening. It's really an honor. For our response to the RFQ and RFP, we tried to put together the strongest team made up of 2 Bay Area developers, as well as a very, very experienced architect. Our team, Related California and Alta Housing, has worked together before. This is tried and true partnership. We'll talk a little bit more about each of our organizations in a second, but I wanted to share that not only have we worked together before, we just celebrated a groundbreaking of a development that we are working on in the city of Mountain View. It is a very similar location, downtown location. It's a block away from City Hall. So we are very excited to have reached that milestone. The groundbreaking was very joyous, and look forward to something similar here. If you go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about our organization, Related California. So Related is a 35 plus year old organization here on the West Coast. And since our founding, we've developed 20,000 homes on the West Coast, and 16,000 of those are affordable. Quality is something that we emphasize in everything that we do, and very often people will mistake our affordable housing for market rate housing, which we think is just fine. We have a staff that is very, very experienced. We have experts in affordable housing finance and design and construction, and that enables us to develop and deliver the very best product. We think that'll be helpful here too, because we think there are a lot of opportunities for engagement and discussion, and you'll want a team that's engaged and working with you, evaluating all of the options and trade-offs to determine the best approach for this site. We're very well versed in affordable housing finance. We have a lot of experience bringing in state resources that can be used to leverage local resources. We're also very strong. Our relationships are very strong with capital markets, both on debt and equity, which helps us ensure that we can complete the capital stack and get the project done. On the market rate side of our organization, we have extensive experience developing some of the most attractive market rate developments. In San Francisco, some of our signature projects include the Avery 1550 Mission, Mason and Mariposa. And we recently completed the Felix in Santa Rosa, the Grand in LA, and our New York affiliate, you may be familiar, completed Hudson Yards, including the Vessel, which is housing, office, a hotel on top of an active railway yard. And it speaks to our development expertise. In all cases, we scale our developments to the neighborhood, so no Hudson Yards here, but we scale to the neighborhood, and we always bring high quality design for both the affordable and the market rate. If you go to the next slide, I'll talk for a minute about our partner, Alta Housing, and you'll hear some more from Randy himself. But Alta is a 50-plus year organization. They're community-based. They have very deep roots in the peninsula. They've been here this whole time. They're a high-quality developer and a service provider. They have 26 developments that they've worked on and completed. They have extensive partnerships with local organizations throughout the peninsula. They are a terrific partner. We're so happy to be partnered with them. We're sure that you will agree. And they're very engaged. They're involved in all aspects of the development process. They will also lead the community outreach and engagement work for our team to ensure that the community and stakeholders have a chance to weigh in and have their voices heard and their priorities known as part of the process. This is very important to us. If you go to the next slide, I'll talk for a moment on our vision and our goals. I want to start by saying thank you to the city for all of the work that you have put in already. Really helped us understand your vision and your goals for this site, both through the specific plan as well as through this RFQ and RFP process, all the studies that you have done. And as we submitted our response to the RFP, we adopted your goals as our goals, and we tried to stay as true to the RFP as possible, delivering the minimum requirements for the unit mix and other things. So what we have in our proposal is 346 affordable units, 154 market rate units, 556 parking spaces. In addition, we've included pocket parks, activated the ground floor space. We've included public art to ensure that this development fits in and enhances the vibrancy and the character of downtown Menlo Park. Our financing plan is strong. It's realistic and it's feasible. Takes advantage of 4% credits and state sources to leverage local dollars, as I mentioned, on the affordable side. It uses a phased approach for feasibility, but also to minimize the impact of construction on the downtown businesses and the neighbors, and we think that's important as well. That said, we view all of this as a starting point. We think that there's much more work to be done. We have been designing and thinking through our vision here almost in a vacuum. We had a lot of information, but we haven't been able yet to engage in conversations, and we look forward to do that. And we also are very flexible. If you were to tell us too many affordable units, we've actually looked at this and think fewer affordable units or fewer units altogether or a different configuration of the parking. All of that is possible, and we look forward to working with you. We just want to make sure that we are delivering the best project for this location, for all of you, and for the stakeholders as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin, who's going to talk a little bit more about our plan and the visuals associated with that.
Thank you. I'll start by saying, yeah, Pyatalk Architects is we're a firm that's local. We have 42 years of experience in the Bay Area working on affordable student market rate housing, as well as urban design and master plans. Our work is in Palo Alto, Belmont, Mountain View, as well as Menlo Park. Our projects shown here are high quality buildings that resonate with our proposal, so similar in scale. There's an example of a market rate building that kind of transitions from a commercial area to the neighborhood. Another kind of showing a parking garage, as well as public open space, as well as a recently opened or almost completed affordable building in San Francisco. We also have collaborated with Alta and Related on some of the other projects in this slideshow. I'll just tell myself next. All right. And then, so our design proposal met all the needs of the RFP with regards to the desired number of affordable units in the RFP request, as well as the replacement parking and open space. So that was kind of one of our goals. But then we went further, obviously, to start looking at resident and public parking, how that's distributed, as well as lobby amenity spaces and ground floor activating retail, as well as the public open space. Our proposal also, we worked with BKF engineers and GLS landscape on some preliminary thoughts about pedestrian access, loading, emergency access, trash, all those things that you have to start thinking about at this stage. Okay, and then the upper floor plans start showing south-facing courtyards with the residential areas. That's both to get kind of sunlight into those units, but also provide some relief for the massing that's in the proposal. And then also take the opportunity that I recognize a lot of faces here from the open house, acknowledging some of the comments about distributing the parking between blocks, as Ann mentioned, as well as considering some of the technical aspects of commercial loading. And we'll go next. So lastly, these are some of the examples of our collective team's work. Our design approach is flexible. We work in a lot of different communities, and our starting point is looking at the history, culture, ecology, all the things of a place, of each place. And we work with the communities, the neighbors, the city on shaping the project, starting from the master plan and zooming in all the way to the details. And our goal is always to celebrate the identity of each place and enhance the public realm, looking at landscape, ground floor activation, improved pedestrian access and safety and connectivity. And these are all kind of examples at different scales of how you address those things. And I'll pass it to Randy.
Slide. Thank you, Kevin. So I'm going to just spend a minute briefly touching upon community engagement. So with Alta Housing, we've been based for 57 years in your neighboring city of Palo Alto. We are very, very used to working carefully and early with the community, city council, and staff. It's an adjacent community that cares very deeply about design, about neighborhood context, and the fit, parking, and services. So it's something we fully expect to engage the community, council, and staff, and we want to start that very early in the process. As Kevin alluded to, we got some great feedback from that initial open house. He's already started to work on some concepts and how we can start distributing that parking in a way that's responsive to what we heard from a number of residents in that first open house. And we see this community engagement as really, as I said, starting early and listening carefully and not waiting until things are hard-lined in plans and decisions are made. We want to be transparent and thoughtful throughout this process. And we pledge to be open and very communicative with council and the community. Talk about the objectives, what we've heard, and what the various trade-offs are between competing objectives that may arise through this process. Next slide. And then briefly, Alta is not only an affordable housing developer and a property manager. We take incredible pride in our resident services and support services. We really see that as part of the DNA of our organization. And our resident services take a whole range, and just a few of the samples are up here on this slide. We tailor make that resident services program to the folks living in each one of our communities. So in family housing with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, such as we're talking about here, we provide after school academic support, study halls, we provide summer programming for school age children, reading clubs. For the adults, we'll provide resume writing, financial literacy classes, exercise classes, and many, many other types of support services. Many of those services are provided by our Alta Housing Resident Services team. For those types of services and support we don't offer, we partner with over 25 other nonprofits throughout San Mateo and Santa Clara County. So we're expert in connecting folks to other nonprofits to get them the support and help that they need.
All right, I'll wrap it up. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I think you have a very difficult decision that you may or may not make this evening. I don't know. But, as you consider this decision, we think the most important thing is to pick the right team. This team is going to be partnered with you long term, and we want to help you deliver your vision. We hope that we are that team. We think that you want to pick a team that's highly capable, experienced, transparent, and willing to put in the hard work to find the right solution for this site. And we think we're that team, but we wish you the best in your deliberations. Thank you very much again for the opportunity.
And now I will introduce team number 2, Presidio Bay Ventures, and invite them to podium 2 to give their presentation.
Can everyone hear me? How's this? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Okay. Well, Tom, thank you very much for organizing tonight and everybody else on staff. And thank you, City Council members, for hearing all of us out, and really to the rest of the community. Hopefully this is everyone's second time doing their civic duty today on voting day. So I think this is really a testament to how much people are caring and how passionate the community is about this project. And therefore, it is incumbent on all of us, whoever the selected developer is, to hear the community and to respond to their concerns, respond to their needs, while also providing a really great project that delivers much needed housing. And so that's what we intend to do today. Before getting into what we're proposing, I'll do quick introductions. My name is John Maney. I'm with Presidio Bay. We are a Bay Area-based developer and property owner and manager. We have a presence in the community of Menlo Park. Specifically, we're also the developers and managers of Springline right down the road from the downtown Parking Plazas. Not with us tonight, but one of our partners is Pacific Housing. Pacific Housing is an affordable housing manager. They're our partner on other projects where we have proposed and delivered similar levels of affordable housing. And I'll get into the structure that we're talking about specifically where we work with Pacific Housing. Also worth noting, while they are a manager, they really administer and ensure that we're complying with our regulatory duties under whatever affordable compliance requirements we have. We also have in-house property management that we would intend to manage long-term this project. I'll let Daniel introduce himself.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Simons, and I'm a principal at David Baker Architects. We're a nationally recognized firm that's a thought leader in all forms of housing, from deeply affordable permanent supportive housing all the way to high-end market rate housing. And but we're based here in the Bay Area and have done a lot of work throughout the peninsula, San Jose, San Francisco, Oakland. I also have another hat that I wear. I'm a professor at UC Berkeley. And a few years ago, I brought some students down here who studied these parking lots and then presented their findings to the City Council. So I'm really excited to see their work generate the RFQ that you put out and to be able to be here today to be one of the respondents. And I look forward to continuing working with you.
Okay, so I mentioned that we're already embedded in this community. Before we started any design or thinking about what we wanted to propose in response to the RFP, the first thing we did was we listened and we heard what the community has voiced countless times over the past several months leading up to today. And so two of the primary resounding concerns that continue to come up with respect to this project is, one, a loss of parking, and two, a misalignment between the affordable housing that was being requested per the RFP and the needs of downtown businesses. So we set out first and foremost to address and respond to these concerns that we heard. So the first one that I'll touch upon is how we respond to a loss of parking. What we're proposing is within phase one, which would be on Plaza 3, we're proposing to deliver, in addition to housing, a standalone parking garage. This parking garage would deliver 455 parking stalls. Those stalls would be delivered before any residential units became occupied within the first phase of development. What this would do is it would ensure that upon delivery and completion of that parking garage, at any point in time thereafter, there will be at least 556 parking stalls that are available for the public. So those will go online, and then based on the way that we phase the next two parking plaza developments, there will always be parking that is sufficient to match the existing number of parking stalls for the public today. Upon completion, there will be the same number of public parking stalls, 556, in addition to dedicated resident parking. So that's one-for-one parking replacement at project completion. So concern number two, and this is where we intentionally deviated from what the RFP asked for, rather than proposing very low income affordable housing that spans from, say, 30 to 60% AMI. What we propose is really what we're calling workforce housing. So that includes, all of this is affordable, it's all rent restricted. It includes low income housing at 80% AMI and moderate income or workforce level housing at 120% of AMI. So who is this housing for? This housing is for, it's for those who serve our community. It's for first responders. It's for teachers. It's for nurses, healthcare workers. And what we've done is we put together a little chart that just dictates what the entry level and maximum salaries are for both police officers and firefighters within Menlo Park. This is per Menlo Park's salary schedule, to showcase that 80% and 120% AMI actually directly serves those families. Importantly, this is a demographic and sort of a housing area that has been underserved traditionally. In fact, if you look over the last cycle, we've seen a trend where, because of the financing mechanisms that are available to very low income housing, such as LIHTCs, right? The value of land for low income housing, for affordable housing, has actually exceeded that of market rate housing. So what that means is, under typical market circumstances, we're providing housing for very low income, low AMI bands, or we're providing market rate housing because that qualifies for market rate financing, but does not necessarily have those same level of caps on rents. This is a very unique situation, because what the city is offering here is providing a bridge. It's providing this land via ground lease, conveying it at $0, which presents an opportunity to create something that otherwise we would not be able to create, which is workforce housing. So I'll get into the project a little bit. This is a summary of what we're proposing. We're proposing housing across all three parking plazas, 1, 2, and 3. Phasing, which we'll show later on, is reversed. So we're proposing delivering in phase 1, Plaza 3, and that's because that's the plaza where we can deliver a standalone parking garage, and then Plaza 2, and then Plaza 1. In addition to providing housing, in addition to providing public parking, which, by the way, will be available on Plazas 3 and Plaza 1 upon project completion, we're also proposing to deliver and build out and manage retail on several of the plazas, as well as pocket parks, which amass to about half an acre of park space for the city. So, high level, 347 units ranging from 80% to 120% AMI, 814 parking stalls, 556 of which are public and replacing those that currently exist, half an acre of new parks, And then the buildings themselves will be 5 levels of housing over podium. What that equates to is heights of 65 feet. Now we get into a breakdown. I've touched on this, so I won't belabor the point, but residential parking ratio for the affordable housing in particular is 0.74 stalls per unit. And now we get into the actual unit mix where we're providing studios through 3-bedroom units, predominantly concentrated within 1s and 2 bedrooms. The mix of AMIs, we're proposing 80% AMI, which is the low income. That would account for 40% of units. The balance at 60% would be those workforce or moderate income housing units at 120% AMI. It's also worth noting there's a mechanism in place by which all of these units will need to be at least 20% below market rate. In this case, that's not a problem. These units reflect about, call it a half to 75% of market rate today. But should market rate drop on those workforce units, those unit rents would need to drop as well. Right now, we're showing rents based purely on the AMI levels per San Mateo County. So with this project, because we're proposing something that is slightly different than what's being requested, we've thought through exactly how we can get this done, right? And what that requires is a burden on the city as well. So first, looking at the fact that we're delivering a standalone parking garage, we're asking for the city to contribute $15 million. So what this will do is it will help us subsidize the delivery of the parking garage. We would then convey that parking garage to the city. So the city would gain the parking garage, could own and operate it on its own. If the city did not want to own and operate it, we could look at a different structure, which would potentially alleviate some of that subsidization. Fee waivers, in order to make this project feasible, we would need a waiver of impact fees, of planning fees, and of permitting fees. And again, this is how we sort of bridge that gap to be able to support workforce housing. And then a tax waiver. What this really looks like is just during the time of construction, we would actually ask the city to delay conveyance of the property. Thereby, the city would not be paying property taxes. We would not be burdening the development with property taxes. We would take ownership of each parcel upon completion of construction, and then we would pay property taxes based on what was required at that time. There are alternative ways also to structure the financing. So, for example, an enhanced infrastructure financing district would be one way to utilize incremental tax dollars to fund, basically bond finance the infrastructure project that is the parking garage. In exchange, the city is receiving 347 workforce housing and low-income housing units. The city would receive a new parking garage. These units, the projects would all be delivered on land that remains owned by the city. So the city would retain ownership of the units as well upon expiration of the ground lease. And then finally, there will be other benefits, including the parks that we touched upon and retail that we would continue to manage. In terms of community impact, so we touched upon how this is obviously a sensitive project to the community. In addition to providing housing, in addition to attempting to recreate parking opportunities for the public, we think that it's important that we also deliver benefits that are above and beyond for the existing community, in addition to the new generation of Menlo Park residents. So some of the ways that we're looking to do this include the parks that we touched upon, retail opportunities, essentially ways that we can continue to activate downtown outside of the additional foot traffic that we believe will be tremendously beneficial to downtown businesses. EV and bike infrastructure, so essentially upgrading the infrastructure of parking beyond what currently exists. And then beyond that, the project that we would be creating would be all electric and to LEED standards. We think that this should be an iterative process. We think that this is something that we're going to work through over time to refine what exactly we're providing in terms of community benefit. A lot of this goes back to the community outreach program that we would be implementing if selected to develop this project. These are some of the ideas that we presented for how we can create value for existing Menlo Park residents. These are some of the ideas that we presented at the open house and some of the feedback that we received on them. Really what this is intended to portray is our commitment to making this a process that entails community feedback and delivering a project that really benefits the community. Finally, we already touched upon phasing, so again, I won't stay on this for too long, but phase one is where we're delivering a standalone parking garage on Plaza 3 along with residential units. We would then have two distinct separate phases of construction for Plazas 2 and then Plaza 1, again, to minimize disruption of downtown and to ensure that there's always sufficient parking upon delivery of that phase 1 parking garage. So with that, I'll run through a couple of renderings here. So right now you're looking from the corner of El Camino and Santa Cruz, essentially. So on the far side of the screen, at the south is where you can see Plaza 1. The north is Plaza 3. Excuse me, vice versa. At the south is Plaza 3, Phase 1. The north is Plaza 1, Phase 3. We should fix that naming convention. This is a representative rendering of what a pocket park could look like. You can see in the background, we've included some activation with our the retail that we're proposing. Again, this is meant to be iterative. And then beyond that, we have some representative images of other projects that we've delivered, other projects that David Baker has delivered that provide affordable housing and community benefits. So thank you so much for being here and for hearing us out, and we look forward to discussing further.
And now I will introduce team number 3, Alliant Communities, and ask them to give their presentation from podium 3.
Test.
Action. All right. I leave it there. Can you hear me? Does it better? All right. Well, thank you very much for inviting us to present this evening and answer your questions. We're very excited about this opportunity and hope to have the opportunity to partner with you on this exciting development. I'm Steve Spielberg, Senior Vice President of Affordable Housing with Alliant Communities. And this evening, I'm going to introduce our team, and then I'm going to turn it over to our Development Director and Architect to walk you through our proposal. So Alliant Communities is a statewide developer of affordable workforce and mixed income housing. And we have experience across all different types of housing. And most notably, I've met all you through the process. We're about to break ground within the next month on our first project here in Menlo Park, which is 88 units of family affordable housing for teachers. And for 2 of the 3 parking plazas, we're proposing a very similar unit mix and AMI mix. And in addition to that, on a personal note for myself, in my previous job before joining Alliant, I had the opportunity to apply for and be awarded a very similar opportunity with the city of Santa Monica, which my former organization is currently developing with 122 family units on a former city parking lot in downtown Santa Monica, about a block from the promenade. And through that process and what we envision here as well, we did an extensive amount of community outreach, which ultimately shaped the development that's happening right now. Can you help me go backwards? Is both arrows. There we go. Thank you. So in addition to the Alliant experience, we have assembled a very experienced team. And most of the team members we've got up here have been all along and are currently helping us with our development on Sheridan here in Menlo Park. And of the first three we've got listed, they're here with us tonight, and some of which will be presenting or available to ask questions. Lowney Architecture will be speaking tonight. We've also got Kamigar Consulting, who is here and helped us with the entitlements on our Menlo Park project, and Concor, our construction manager, who will be the one overseeing construction for our other Menlo Park project and can answer questions about construction. We also always like to include a robust team from the start. And so also you'll see up there, we've included our resident services team, our utilities design, property management, landscape architecture, accessibility, land use consultant, and sustainability. So with that as the background, I'm going to turn it over to Allison Levy, who's our development director, who's going to walk you through our proposal.
So many things to hold on to. We started from really where are we? And I think you've heard a little bit from everyone tonight is what was the city's objective here? And I think any RFP process, we have a decision to make. Is this an RFP that we feel confident and comfortable moving forward with? And can we meet the objectives that the city put forward? And, you know, here are the 345 affordable kind of 15 to 80% AMI units. And, you know, we were able to provide that specifically between the 30 to 80% with all of those units, a combination of family and senior. You know, the other key city objective, and we've heard this over and over, is how do we replace the parking? And we'll talk a bit about the design and how our team factored that in. But we were excited to be able to provide that parking in the replacement numbers requested, provide additional parking for residents. And building off our experience, we'd started from the get-go. Ample bike parking on the sites as well. And then last but not least is not just the affordable from 15 to 80, but specifically kind of how do we address those higher affordability needs that members of our community have. And so we're proud to say that 57% kind of beyond what was asked is at that 60% AMI or below level. So saying kind of we were able to do this, saying that we found a way to meet your objectives, which is really a great time to say, how did we do that? So we started with feasibility. We wanted to be able to assure you that this was a viable development, that it meets requirements. We knew that flexibility was going to be a key component. So working with the Lowney team, we said, we need to make this fit. We need to make this work, but we also need to make it so it is not so set in stone, so that as we go through this process, we can accommodate changes. We talk a lot about our Sheridan project and how it went from a 4-story, over 88 unit project to the kind of 3 walk-up buildings that it is now. And we know that this is a process. We know that we can go from point A, which is feasible, and that 4-story building was certainly feasible, to something that better fits the community needs. And so we understand that flexibility is a key component. Kind of the third big piece of our approach is collaboration. First and foremost, among our team members, as Stephen mentioned, we bring our team in early. We've already sort of done virtual walkthroughs of downtown with their utility consultants and said, what does this mean? Where are the power poles? How can we make this work and not affect people negatively? We talked about it with our Lowney team, kind of how does this fit? How do you work with our landscape architect? How do you work with our services team to make sure that our team is collaborative? And then beyond that, how do we collaborate with the community outside of our own team's ideas? And then last but not least is the depth of experience that everyone in our team brings to the project. So that being said, we kind of have this team, we have it all together, and I'm very happy to have Lowney here to talk through how we came up with the design and how we envision this for the downtown area.
I love this team. They're going to let the architects speak at length. That's the best. Not too long. All right. So Lowney Architecture has been in practice over 20 years, and we started in the Bay Area. We've basically built all across the South Bay, the Peninsula, the East Bay, the North Bay, and points in between. And so this is our home. just talking a little bit, what I really want to focus on here is a preview of the process, because that's so important to how this is going to come to fruition. And so what you're going to see on the screen isn't meant to be a solution, but I did want to give you a taste of what we're going to do. So the basic approach, really easy, starting from the beginning, is we took the program and said, how big is it? All right, that's pretty big. Compared to the things around it, the scale of it's quite large. What can we do to break that down? So the first stop was to look at the proportions of the adjoining buildings. What's the scale, the ratios of building frontage to height, all of those things, we mapped them to our program blocks. And then next, we refined that so that each of the elements is reflective of its surroundings. And you can see the way it's color encoded. These proportions are being drawn directly from the surroundings. There'll be more about drawing from the surroundings later. That includes the really basic stuff. Where's the sun coming from? Where's the wind coming from? What is the transit that's available nearby? What are the bike paths? And how do those relate to the project? This next series of slides, we just wanted to walk through because there was a lot of concern about these buildings overshadowing Santa Cruz Avenue. And we wanted to show that during all parts of the year, the buildings that are actually on Santa Cruz will shade the street before these buildings do. So I'm just going to walk through these real quick. It's really hard to see on the screen. I'm sorry. We do have handouts if anyone wants later. But it basically shows that these buildings will never overshadow Santa Cruz. So the seating areas and the sidewalks will be free from shadow. Okay, so then I think the other thing that's a little bit different about our approach is our parking is really meant to be open to the public on the ground level. And so we would build the parking with each phase as they came online. The first two levels of the parking garages would be open to the public. They'd be free. There would be free pedestrian passage. It would be somewhat similar to the experience you have now. The main difference is that we would preclude vehicular traffic beyond a certain point. There's a diagram later that shows that better. Here you see the circulation. The blue lines here represent private auto traffic, private vehicle traffic. And you could see that we're kind of catching the vehicles before they get too deep into the lots, and that the rest of the lot would be a pedestrian plaza. The plaza would include fire service, deliveries, so that businesses can still have that convenience, and trash pickup. But all other vehicles would be precluded from those zones. And so it'd be a much more comfortable pedestrian environment with the two pocket parks to really enhance that. We'll talk a little bit about the life of the people in the building. I've got a slide later that shows it better. And then as far as how the buildings present themselves to the street, we did take a tack of not including retail. Retail is a very competitive environment. We didn't want to necessarily compete with the local merchants. However, the spaces are designed that if that was desired, they could be converted at a later time. But preliminarily, we're just looking at community space, either for the residents or for the broader community. So here we have Maloney on the right. You can see that the front of the building is all active uses, no parking garage. And then along Oak Grove, same story. This is our senior housing. Oak Grove presents activated spaces. And then here on Plaza 3, on the left, you have University, same story. At the ground level, it's always meant to be an active use as depicted in this rendering. And also you can see that at the scale of the neighborhood, we have chunks of the building, and then it steps back so that the massing doesn't loom over you. But this, again, this is just one way to approach it. The other thing is the life of the building. The people who live here, they're going to have gardens on top of the podium. So it'll be a great place to live, a great place for your future neighbors to set down roots. And then the last bit here is, besides the proportion, scale, massing, we also took the materials directly from the neighborhood. And we need to find out which buildings are actually popular, so we don't pick the ones that are not popular, but you get the general idea is that we're mirroring what is around us so that it fits in. All right. Thank you.
Again, we wanted to focus, and a lot of this is letting the project for us is split up into 3 phases. So 3 separate projects, 2 large family communities and 1 senior community. You'll see here both the breadth of AMIs in each of these buildings, from 30 up to 80. And you'll see that variation in there. You'll see the studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms to accommodate families and living arrangements of all types for residents here. And then again, 50% of those units are shown at 30% AMI, 15% at 50% AMI. It is a 0%, but it is not 0 units at 60%, and then another 30+% at 80. And again, these are set up this way to meet financing requirements for tax credit financing. They're also based on the competitiveness of those leveraged funds. And we can work with that. Any project that we do, we'll conduct a market study, we'll look at leasability, we'll look at the community rent levels. Our goal is for all of this housing to be between 30 and 80, but the proportions within that are flexible. Again, the proposed parking that Mark talked about, Site 2 would only contain parking for residents and members of the building, and then the 2 larger sites, Sites 1 and 3, on either end of, kind of picture the line of parking lots, are designed to meet all of the parking needs for replacement and then to give a very similar feel for visitors coming to and from those businesses. We know that the back door of most of those businesses are in fact also front doors. And so how we design this parking lot is that the lower levels allow you to come in and kind of go out quickly and run your errands the same way you would now, whether you're popping into Walgreens or you're going for a long dinner. So the next piece of our puzzle, and we're excited Katja is here along with us, is, how is our team prepared to get this thing done and to get this understood, to get this built? And we see it as kind of 3 main pieces. We have community outreach, which is similar to what our architect talked about. How do we come up with a design and a plan that meets the community's needs? How do we understand the city's priorities and incorporate those? We have entitlements, and we have an amazing team with Common Consulting. We have an amazing team with Cox Castle who understand all of the different state laws that can come into play here, whether it's density bonus or other exemptions, and the impact of each of those on the timeline and the process. And then it kind of says design requirements here, but what I'm thinking of in this bucket, and I realized I set this up to click through it, is, and I'll go back to design requirements then, City of Menlo Park permitting and planning requirements, financing requirements, the LEED and the sustainability features. We know if you walk through there's going to be a lot of conversations with PG&E. We're going to have a lot of conversations with Menlo Fire and the sanitary district. How do we take those into account? And just to do a quick backwards again, entitlements are our housing laws, our exemptions, kind of all of those pieces. And then the outreach portion. How do we program the amenities in the parks? Do we want a fountain? Do we want a playground? Do we want benches? What fits the needs downtown, the aesthetic and the design preferences, the resident priorities? We talk a little bit about how we do that here as well, whether that be additional community workshops, group and individual meetings where sometimes people can communicate a little bit more freely than in a big setting. And then again, maintaining project websites, emails, mailers, and really making sure that we communicate often and well. Financing, probably similar for the financing that we've been talking about in our Sheridan project, is really a combination of leveraged soft debt, which would include sources from the county, from the state or federal, private investments. The Alliant team has very strong relationships with a wide variety of affordable housing lenders and investors. And then tax credit equity. We've kind of modeled them as both 4% and 9% and looking at what will be the most competitive and how that timeline maps onto our needs for getting these units online. And then the sort of bigger piece in there that I think is important to review as well is what our expectations for city contributions would be. And the way that they're presented now has basically set it up as a land loan for the fair market value of the land and a loan of impact fees. So rather than waiving or eliminating those fees, we would actually incorporate those into the project to be repaid through residual receipts. Again, timeline drivers. public financing comes with public financing schedules. And so we have built this around the CIDLAC and TCAC schedules, some of the NOFA due dates, and then looking at the construction duration. We have a very skilled construction team. I've reviewed the schedule a bit with our GC who's on board for the Sheridan project, just to vet the reasonableness of these expectations, and looking at how we can get these online, how we can get the parking online, and phase the 3 different projects separately to really maximize the success of the project and minimize the negative impact on downtown. The way we want to do that is looking very carefully at logistics and timing, looking at visibility and access, and looking at the environmental controls. And our team has experience in infill development. I worked on a project where we took over a parking lot and built units immediately adjacent to ongoing commercial operations. And kind of what did that mean for ongoing communication and signage, and really making sure that path is clear and those conversations are had early and often with our neighbors. And how do we communicate that? I think we talked a little bit about this in the entitlement process, but we look at the communication not only for getting the project approved and entitled, but ongoing and throughout construction. Having a dedicated point person, having scheduled look-aheads that are shared with the community so people know what's happening at any given time. Talking about marketing and how do we use the construction site to make sure people know what's happening and that the business is still feeling vibrant. And then having guiding documents for us all to follow throughout construction. And then lastly is next steps. We're sitting here at number 1 here, this little checkbox, this selection conversation. We are so appreciative of the opportunity to stand here and present, but we know that selecting a developer for this project is step 1. Following that, there is outreach, and there will be a lot of it. And we are very comfortable and very familiar with what that means. We also know that comes back to honing our design, that taking that very conscientious approach that Lowney has to thinking about the community and the impact will change the project. And we're excited to see where that goes and how it is improved. And once that happens, we get to construction. And, it is a long process. And so we kind of the start of a long road and a long relationship with our team and with the city. So thank you. I'm afraid to put it down. It's going to make noise again.
Thank you to the development teams, and I'll now return it to the mayor for the next portion of the meeting.
Thank you. And again, thank you to the development teams. Those were very insightful presentations. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on our study session item C1 related to the proposals and presentations from the downtown development, if you are in person, now is the time to return that speaker card. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we are currently at about 13 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item C1. Okay, so we are at 7:18 speakers.
Let's go with 2 minutes per speaker, please.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So our first speaker will be Scott Bello, followed by Will Ausler.
Using the uncertain method too.
Please use mic 2.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Scott Beal, and I'm a business agent for Local 467, which is the Plumbers Union here in San Mateo County. I'm also speaking tonight for the San Mateo County Building Trades. We're in support of this type of innovative solution for housing. One thing I heard tonight was community benefits. And one benefit I think we need to consider is the workforce building this project. I'd like to see a local workforce. I'd like to see the consideration of training the next generation of our workforce. And I think we can do that if we work with the developers to establish some standards to that point. So we'll be reaching out to all the developers in hopes of having a meeting to discuss how we can contribute to this project. My local in particular has been around for more than 10 years. So we know how this works. We know how to produce high quality product, and we know how to train the next generation. So again, I'll be reaching out. The building trades will be reaching out, and I hope that the council shows support for that and encourages the developers to, in good faith, have conversation, which I will think they will. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you for the comment. Okay. Just want to make sure that that beep doesn't happen at the 30-second. Well, give me just one moment. All right. See if that did the trick. All right. So Will Ausler, followed by Jenny Michelle.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Will Osler. I serve on the Housing Commission, but tonight I'm speaking as an individual resident of District 3. Over the past year and a half, I've seen many of the ways in which Menlo Park has stepped up on housing, the things we're doing well, and the policies that are taking us in the right direction. At the same time, through the stories of our neighbors, I've felt the heartbreaking weight of how we are falling short as a society, as a state, and as a city. Housing advocates usually like to focus on the good an individual project can do, and I generally support staying focused on how we can make a positive difference. But today, as you consider these options for a program that is already 2 years behind schedule, I want to talk about the harms of the status quo. Housing is a fundamental human need. Housing in our city is unaffordable, and that's getting worse. Funding opportunities are getting worse. Housing inequity has historically been a driver for segregation, injustice, and deep divides in our community specifically. Based on the city's anti-displacement plan, especially figure 14, I think it's fair to say that hundreds of Menlo Park residents are affected by displacement pressures each year. Needs your leadership on this issue. The people who are pushed out of Menlo Park by our choices don't vanish. Some of them face grueling commutes. Many face more limited resources. Sometimes displaced people are forced to live out of their vehicles or on the streets. Losing housing affects their health, their security, their quality of life, and their livelihoods. It absolutely can be the start of a spiral that ends in loss of life. The entire city suffers when we lose the contributions of people whose callings and skills are incompatible with the frankly ridiculous cost of living here. I think that all three of the options presented tonight will lead to a better, more vibrant, and more inclusive downtown. All of them are responsive to your previous requirements and to community concerns. I urge you to proactively clear as many roadblocks as possible tonight and commission any remaining studies you need to make a decision so that we can move forward with due haste towards breaking ground. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker It's Jenny Michelle, followed by Gia Pham.
Dear Dias and honorable staff, my name is Jenny Michelle. I'm a native and longtime renter in District 3. Personally, I'm a recovering homeless teacher, a mom of a deaf and hard of hearing Hillview student, and take transit enthusiastically. Professionally, I oversee a large mixed-use commercial retail resident complex in Mountain View as the general manager. Personal comments, side note, today is my birthday and I am not having heart surgery for the first time in several years. Yes. Thank you. I agree with many of the questions submitted by fellow residents directed towards staff and the applicants. As a formerly homeless young 20-year-old person, I am specifically concerned about one applicant refraining from submitting deeply affordable housing. I agree with the recommendation to prioritize current residents at risk of displacement or formerly displaced residents. We are past due on our milestones for this housing program. Can staff speak to this context for residents and what are the implications? A few weeks ago, I spoke at a Menlo Park High School to about 45 15 to 16-year-old students about my experience with housing insecurity over several decades here in our backyard. One kid stated, "Oh, yeah, I already know I can never live in California when I grow up, which is in a few years. Hashtag devastating." Another kid asked, "Hey, what's your generation doing to fight for us to have stable housing? Huh? How are you standing up against those boomers?" Alrighty then, fire burn. So I posed that question to this body and this audience. What are we doing to secure our kids having long-term stakeholder position here in the community for the next 80 years? This is our project opportunity to tell our kids that they matter and we stand with them. Yay, for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gia Pham, followed by June Shin.
Hello, city staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to all of the presenters. My name is Gia Pham. I'm the communications coordinator at Housing Choices. We serve people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and in Menlo Park, there are about 221 people with developmental disabilities living in the city. About 112 are adults who are on their way to, starting their new chapter as adults and living independently. I actually have a friend from Menlo Park. He grew up here in his family, but he wanted to live independently just like anybody else after college. And he couldn't afford to rent a place here. He couldn't afford to rent a place even nearby. He got displaced about 25 minutes away. And I met him through work. And he is considered like around 50% AMI, and he has a developmental disability. So I think it would be important to consider those with disabilities who are just on SSI income or maybe have part-time jobs or even full-time jobs, but are just 50% AMI and below to really tackle all of the income levels of this city and address the crucial housing needs that are even laid out in the housing element in order for the city to reach its RHNA numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is June Shin, followed by Nancy Headley.
Good evening, members of the Menlo Park City Council. My name is June Shin, and I'm the Menlo Park Community Builder with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with our communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to thank the staff for all their hard work in arranging this study session. We really appreciate being able to have this session where not only are we all able to be better informed about the 3 downtown development proposals, but we can inform the 3 teams ourselves with what the community wants our downtown to look like. I hope the session, like the open house, to be mutually informative, where the development of our downtown is based on community input and need. We appreciate the leadership of City Council and the flexibility of our three teams to ensure that this downtown development process remains democratic and reliant on community feedback. Of course, it must be made clear that the most underrepresented and underserved voices naturally have a greater difficulty showing up to spaces like this due to availability issues. Yet these are the voices we need to listen to the most. One way we can make sure we listen to these voices is to ensure we stay on track with our housing element, where we maintain our commitment to building at least 345 deeply affordable homes for very low and middle income levels. We hope that this is at the forefront of all of our minds as we move forward in this process. We at HLC submitted a letter last Friday with Menlo Together, Bellhaven Empowered, and Housing Choices regarding questions and thoughts we had with the three development plans. Of those points, I want to reiterate that we urge the engagement of a qualified consultant to analyze the financial aspects of the proposals as mentioned in the staff report. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is Nancy Headley, followed by Karen Grove.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having this tonight. My name is Nancy LaRocca Headley. I'm a longtime resident of the city. I serve as a planning commissioner, but I'm making these comments tonight as a private citizen. So I'm really excited that the city is moving forward with affordable housing plans for downtown. And I love the idea of creating housing close to transit and services, eliminating the need for cars. That said, I have some concerns about ensuring there's enough overnight parking for residents and have three questions that maybe you all can get answers to as the night proceeds. So the first question is, will the public parking be available for residents during the day and overnight? 2, would developers consider piloting or sponsoring car share programs to minimize the need to own a car while providing access to one? And would the city consider, this is number 3, would the city consider allowing residents to park on the street overnight if on-site parking isn't available? And what mechanism would that be? It would be nice if they didn't have to buy parking passes every night because you can only get like 100 a year and there's 365 days in a year. So that wouldn't be quite sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Karen Grove, followed by Sherry Zowski.
Good evening. I just wanted to say this is very exciting and encouraging, and I'm really grateful to city staff and city council and all three applicants. I'm here, I'm a Menlo Park resident, but I'm speaking on behalf of Menlo Together. And our number one thing is that we do urge the city council to give direction to engage a qualified consultant to analyze the financial aspects of the proposals, as was asked in the staff report. One of the reasons is there's some questions we encourage you to ask. One is about precisely how to finance the public parking and just dig into the details of that. The other is to elaborate on the labor assumptions because certain sources of public financing come with labor requirements, so be sure to look at that. And then our other main point is there's a lot of valid concern about the appearance of the buildings and various things like that, and that is really, really important. But what we also need to think about a lot is the people who live there, and I want to emphasize the unique suitability of this site to achieve our very low income affordability needs and the needs of our special need populations, like people with intellectual developmental disabilities. For the resident experience, a really important question to ask is, what is the maximum % of income that a household will pay in rent? Because depending on how things work out, sometimes that can be up to 50% of a household income. But there are ways to reduce that to at most 35%. So I'd like to dig into that, or like direction, whatever. That's you guys. But we hope that we collectively dig into that. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sherry Zaslowski, followed by Kevin Cunningham.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. And I just want to thank you, all of the presenters. I really enjoyed your presentations, especially yours. As engaging as these presentations have been, we have to consider the location. And any of these projects that we've seen tonight with these fine architects would be wonderful in different places in the city, but none of them would work for the community's good in the downtown. So of your choices tonight, I would encourage you to select choice number 4, none of the above. The primary issue that's never being addressed here is whether this project is viable. Viable any way you want to slice it. Economically, viable for the residents, viable for the community, viable for our small businesses, viable for the city as a whole. And I think that as excellent as these presentations were tonight, the most any of these developers can do is to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic. And by November, this Titanic is going to be hitting the iceberg during the election. There are so many issues, and it's a wonder that we're still even discussing this until the residents, the voters of Menlo Park, get to make their voices heard in November, voting on the Save Downtown Menlo initiative. And so I would encourage you to put on the brakes and wait until that happens. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next up is Kevin Cunningham, followed by Federino De Giuli.
Thank you. I wanted to sort of all very impressive presentations and appreciate the council letting me speak. I kind of wanted to take a step back and kind of see how we got here, because I think it's important for the council's recognition, and I think also for all these developers. We're going to an election in, I guess, November for a reason. I was very involved in the initial push for Save Downtown Menlo. I'm a general partner in 3 office and retail buildings in Menlo Park. I am not, I get development, it's necessary. I'm not an all or nothing person. I think that I can speak, and I can speak to the council. Part of the reason that we are going to an election is through a fatigue and distrust of the downtown occupants that have been the loyal servants of downtown serving the community. I went and met with 10 people, and I think, Mayor, you at that time were the representative of downtown, and each one that I asked, one was the dry cleaner on Chestnut between Santa Cruz and Oak Grove, and she just looked at me in fatigue and just said, I'm done. I can't deal with them anymore. And I said, well, what? Betsy, I'm sorry. I like you. I said, well, has Betsy come and talked to you about this? Why this is a good thing? No. And each person that I asked, if anybody from council reached out to talk to why this is a good thing, they never heard it. So I think for the developers, they need to understand there needs to be, again, I'm not anti-development, but as an example, and I appreciated, I think it was Presidio, your comment about building the thing first. One structure parking in the third lot is not going to work. There needs to be dedicated parking. If this were to pass, it would need to serve each lot. You can't walk 2 blocks from the 3rd floor of a structure to pick up your dry cleaning, and it's not going to work. So we are in this situation because of the council's lack of regarding other practical sites, such as 13 acres over here, and basically fleecing the downtown property owners and tenants that have been loyal. That has not been brought up by anybody on how this is a good thing for the people, the residents, and the businesses that have made downtown what it is. I love affordable housing.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'm supportive, but you need to understand you're going into a very difficult situation when it has not been addressed tonight on how it impacts the people that are in town. And the parking is far from adequate. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Federino De Giuli, followed by Rob Solano.
Hello. I'm just here as a resident. I think there's a economic angle that nobody's really talking about. Menlo Park land costs on average acre per acre more than Tokyo. And we're using 60% of the downtown for at-grade parking, which is crazy. Right? It's just $70 million just sitting there all night, completely empty. So like, there's no such thing as affordable housing when it costs $8 million to buy an acre of land. The fundamental problem is the zoning that we have does not allow us to build affordable housing. By all means, pick any of these proposals. Any housing is good, but the only solution is to increase density citywide, relax zoning, and then you don't have to have this rigmarole every 4 months when somebody's, oh, we got to build housing on a disused school. And then everyone's like, oh, no, not on my empty land. Right? It's just, it is, this is such a waste of time and resources when we could instead just let organically housing happen in the city. If we didn't say like, oh, if you have an acre of land, you can build one single family home on it. I mean, come on, just put 4 apartments. It could just happen. And all of this expense, all of this time could be saved. And I have some time. I would love to urge the developers. I know copper is expensive. Please just like run the conduit for electric chargers in the parking lots just to save us a bunch of money later. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Solano, followed by Cameron Merrills.
Evening, council members. My name is Rob Solano. I'm representing myself, not a member of the Mello Park Fire Protection District. During the presentation of Developer 3, they made representation to the Sheridan Drive project that they are working on within Menlo Park. I'd like to recap some facts relative to some misrepresentations that they presented not only to the board, but to other factors. One was the fire department agreed to the project. That is false. The fire department did not agree to the project. There was a power line that goes across the main entranceway that was not addressed peripherally in their report. And the report did not have anything in there that cost us as taxpayers millions of dollars, and the long waiting period for PG&E to bury the line under California Fire Code. They also made a representation that they had contacted San Mateo County Parks about considering using the part of the park as an ingress egress. At that time, Nicholas Calderon was contacted by myself, and he did not make that representation. And also, finally, that during one of their presentations, they did not specify that they were going to use non-labor union groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cameron Morales, followed by Adina Levin.
Fellow council members, I previously lived above Penanu in downtown for 7 years, and so I've firsthand seen the detrimental effects of a lack of evolution on both the downtown businesses and, of course, the culture in downtown. I'm here in support of our housing, and I want to echo the points previously mentioned of we have to make sure that this goes towards low-income people, low-income families, low-income individuals, to help the most vulnerable members of our community stay here and continue to be good members of our community. That being said, I hope that this housing initiative is not the end of our developments in downtown, and that we continue to actually make changes that look towards the future, because it has been the past of lack of change that has brought us to this point of a lot of empty buildings. One thing that my family still talks about to this day is the pedestrianization of that downtown Santa Cruz area during the COVID area. So the only part of COVID that my family actually really enjoyed was being able to walk in that downtown area and share that space. So I hope going forward, more development happens to make that downtown area walkable and accessible for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Dina Levin, followed by Nina Frack.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, developers. Dina Levin, Menlo Park resident, and I wanted to share a couple of anecdotes and some thoughts. First of all, I wanted to share the way that I am going to be going to some local businesses to bring some dry cleaning and clothing to repair. And people that are living downtown are more likely to be patronizing the local businesses by going to those places that are reachable by walking. Before coming to this meeting, I was in San Carlos, and San Carlos, like numerous other cities in our area, have recently developed surface parking lots into affordable housing developments, including replacement parking. This is something that is very viable. Many cities do it. A couple of comments. Because this is city-owned land, this is a really particularly important opportunity to have deeply affordable housing. So I hope that that is something that the City Council considers. I'm jumping into the middle. I'm really glad that the city is working on moving ahead. We so much need affordable housing for people in our community, people who work here, our family members and friends who leave. And so just really glad that the city is moving forward with this. One thing that I might have incorrectly heard is mentioning free parking at the most convenient locations. Having parking be free of charge at the most convenient locations is a recipe for that parking to be occupied all the time. So I hope that we do a better job of managing our parking, including not being entirely free. Staging the construction is going to be really important for our businesses, but that shouldn't be an excuse to not move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina Frack, followed by Mike Prakab.
Thanks so much. I am a longtime resident and small business owner, and I am very concerned about the parking congestion. It took me driving congestion. It took me a really long time just to get to this meeting, and I drove like a few blocks. So I'm all for affordable housing, but I just don't understand why we're doing it right in the center of downtown. There's the SRI space. There's like a lot of open spaces that aren't going to cause downtown congestion. Springline has been great. It's on El Camino. I think it's a different situation to put it right in the middle of an already incredibly congested downtown. We have multiple schools dismissing around 3 o'clock. It's a nightmare. It's gridlock. And so all for affordable housing. I just am not sure why we're doing it right. I mean, I guess it's because it's city-owned land, but the issue with the parking and then the driving congestion, and is it really realistic that the people who would be occupying these homes there's not even one spot for each unit. So are they going to take the public parking spots instead? How are we going to make sure that's available to the public? And just, I don't know, why are we creating more congestion in an already really congested area? Thanks.
Thank you. Next up is Mike Prakab, followed by Brielle Jonick. Mike, you should be able to engage your microphone at this time. Okay, Mike, I will return to you, and we will go to Brielle.
Thank you. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
What I want to talk about tonight is something that has been ignored for a long time. And that is when we talk about the garage and we talk about the cost of the garage and we talk about the city's contribution to that building that we're going to need, what we don't talk about is the bond measure. And I think a lot of people don't know what that means. And they don't know that that is a decision and a vote that they're going to have later to decide whether they want to increase their property taxes to pay for the bond. So we have one development that needs 15 million. Now, I'm not saying this would not pass. Back in 2001, we had Measure T. It was for $38 million. And we were all thrilled to pay for it because we got a wonderful recreation benefit out of it. But we're still paying for it. That's still going on. So people need to know what's behind the words, the city's going to fund the garage. It's us. It's we, it's homeowners. And I want that incorporated from now on in all your discussions. And I want each of the developers to say clearly what they're willing to pay and what they think that the city's going to pay so that we can all make the right decision. There's a lot of loopholes and a lot of tests that we're going to be going through. One, does the council have the authority to do this? Two, are we going to do it? And three, are we going to pay for it? So let's get that element included in all the further discussions that we have about this concept of downtown parking. Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right, we'll return to Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, good. I'm sorry I missed the first one. Hey, thanks for the time. I'd lot to say, but I'll make it really short. And this is to any of the developers, and has the council told you that this project is going to be done? Are you just submitting proposals because you've done a lot of work? But I wouldn't do that kind of work unless somebody told me that this is going to be done and it's going to be awarded. Can any of you answer that, please?
So, Mike, we don't have the ability to start a two-way conversation, but the city council may direct staff or
I'd like to know what they have been told, because somebody must have made some kind of a commitment, or they wouldn't have put in all this time and effort and made some really good proposals. I wouldn't do it. So somebody's been told that there's going to be a project here and it's going to be done and funded. So please tell me. It's pretty quiet.
Again, we're not able to respond to public comment per the Brown Act. If you still have a minute left. Do you want it to finish your comment or?
Look, the votes that are going to happen in November, I hope it will be mostly counted for District 1, because that's where this occurs. I've asked my representative, Betsy Nash, if she has heard my objections, and if she has made any to the council, and I do not hear back. The only one who has responded, and I really do appreciate it, is Drew Combs. So I don't know if we have any representation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All right, our next speaker is calling in from a phone number ending in 0840, followed by Doreen Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I want to start by saying that I support affordable housing. What I do not support is placing a project this size in the heart of downtown Menlo Park without fully understanding the long-term consequences. Santa Cruz Avenue is the center of our community. It's where families gather. It's where local businesses have invested for years. It's where the character of Menlo Park is on full display. And once we change it, we do not get a second chance. My concern is that we're moving too fast without answering some very basic questions. What is the plan for parking? What is the impact on traffic? What will this mean for our school, city services, public safety? Just as importantly, what businesses will be displaced and who's going to replace them? Because there's a total different dynamic of catering to high-income residents like Menlo Park and low-income residents that have totally different needs on a daily basis. Today, downtown Menlo Park attracts people because of its restaurant shops and unique local businesses. If businesses are forced out, what is the city's vision for what comes next? Residents deserve to know what downtown Menlo Park will look like 10 years from now, not just what this project looks like on paper today. I also believe that we need to talk about priorities. Before we commit to transforming downtown, we need to engage our youth. We need to provide enough sports programs, after-school activities, summer opportunities, and community engagement for young people Friday and Saturday nights till late at night. East Menlo Park residents where they don't have an excuse to go out and go do whatever, they get hooked into doing by older people because they have games that they have to attend. We need to support those resources before we bring in residents from all over, because what matters most and the most important question is, if this project is intended to help Menlo Park families, what percentage of these units do you realistically expect will go to Menlo Park residents? The answer is maybe 5 Menlo Park residents will benefit this, because the second application portals open up, there are people that operate like NGOs in these application portals, people from Berkeley and Tenderloin and all other cities that have been doing this for years and know how to fill out 250 applications within an hour. They use AI. They have systems in place. All these Menlo Park residents are going to go to apply, and there's going to be gone. So we're potentially ruining our whole Menlo Park community to subsidize the rest of the Bay Area with no plan in place and no guarantee that Menlo Park families are going to actually benefit.
Your time is up.
Only the truth that our schools are going to go down and everything else is going to be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Doreen Martinez, followed by Leslie Wambach.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Good evening. No, I just wanted to say thanks for sharing those presentations. I have to go back and see the first and the second. But I did want to say, I'm just speaking from the perspective of a Menlo Park resident and as someone who's lived in about 20 different cities just due to work and studies. And I've seen downtowns that are made for cars. And by that, I mean, there's no way to enter a building from downtown, from the street, unless it's through a garage. There's no gathering places for people. There are no parks. And I've lived in cities, including Menlo Park, actually downtown, where a downtown building was built with restaurants nearby, near Caltrain. And so I was pleased to see Alliance show ground floors structured in a way to promote walking, promote downtown spending, and facilitate access to public transport, and just interact with one another, fellow residents. So I'm still a Menlo Park resident. I'm no longer downtown, but I was just telling a friend how much actually I miss it, because when I lived there, I walked to the grocery store, I rode my bike, I didn't use my car, which actually reduces downtown traffic. I bought food, I ate out with my family at the restaurants and just frequented sort of and populated the downtown space. So it was fantastic. And I look forward to seeing more development downtown and to foster that type of environment. I also am in my job, in my day-to-day job, I focus a lot of my time working with different companies on ensuring more sustainable supply chains. And so this is part of something I focus on. And I also would like to commend both the city and the developers, because one of the most important things I think people forget about is the impact on the environment. And having a downtown where people are walking more and riding their bikes more and using their cars less is much, much better for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Leslie Wambach. Leslie, you should be able to unmute your mic at this time. Leslie, are you able to engage your microphone?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I apologize. Sorry, this is new for me, all this zooming in. My name is Leslie Wambach. I'm a very long-time resident of the area, 35 plus years. I've been following this closely because I am a retired architect, and I've long since thought that our downtown parking lots are an excellent opportunity location for badly needed affordable housing in general, but especially these days, affordable housing. I also am a regular advocate for an organization called Solutions for Supportive Homes. And this organization basically seeks to try to encourage more development of affordable homes, particularly that create places for disabled community members to live, because it's turning out to be a very, very serious problem. All of the affordability levels are very challenging, but the special needs populations are particularly challenging, and there are very, very, very few places and units that can meet the needs of this community, and that includes all forms of disability. This particular area would be great for this to include this type of housing in addition to other levels of affordability because of its walkable nature, because all of the businesses are right there. This population especially relies on public transportation. And so that you couldn't find a better location to accommodate them. And we all have family members. I think you heard of someone from Housing Choices earlier, but so many of us in this community have family members who live with some form of disability that are very extremely low income on SSI and other forms of support, along with some family support, but they would love to stay as adults in this community, but there simply aren't places that
Thank you.
work for them. So anyway, so yes, I'm very impressed with the
Thank you.
proposals, and keep moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. All right, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, we may continue.
Thank you. And thank you to all the public commenters and those in the audience who chose not to comment, but I know feel very passionately about this project. And it's good to see the turnout. Now I will turn to staff to provide directions on how the question and answer section will proceed.
Thank you. And I believe we have a slide that will, there's a PowerPoint slide that references it. Yeah. There are 12 prepared questions provided as attachment E of the staff report. And staff would recommend the following format to help manage the remainder of the time in the study session and to maintain an efficient meeting. So the recommended procedures would be for each city council member to state their top 1 or 2 questions out of the list. And we're looking for 8 initial priority questions, hoping to make through those. And then city council could confirm any change to the order of the questions after they're selected. Once we have the questions ready to go, the recommended procedure would be 1 question asked, and then all 3 development teams would respond to that question. And we would rotate the response order. So be 1, 2, 3. Then on the next round, allowing the second developer to go first, 3, 1, then 3, 1, 2. Developers should limit their responses to 3 minutes each for the question. And city council members could indicate any clarifying or follow-up questions at the end of each round of questioning. So after each developer has given their answer, then follow-ups as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds good. So at this time, I'd like to know if people want to talk about which are their top one or two items. City Clerk Karen, could we please put the list back up on the screen? Does anyone want to? Okay, well, I will start then. I would like to see number 9, affordability mix and alignment with city goals. And number 3, city financial contributions and commitments on the list. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I'd like to see number 2, general financial feasibility and risks, and also 4, community engagement.
Vice Mayor Wise.
I would like to see number 7, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
What are we doing exactly?
We're choosing, basically, because of the time and depending how long it will take to answer the questions, have the city discussion, council discussion, we're starting with up to 8 items.
Okay.
And so do you have anything that you would like to add, or is there anything not on the list that someone would like to discuss?
I'm fine with what's been selected.
All right, Councilmember Schmidt.
Hard to choose. I think I'd like to see number 5, almost an amalgamation of 5 and 6. To me, those are similar. That's one priority for me. And then I'd like to add, based on what Scott was saying, around the willingness to have conversations with labor in the building trades as a starting point for engaging the labor unions. So those are my 2.
All right, that I believe makes 8, if I'm counting correctly. Excellent.
Correct.
Okay. So I would like to start with the number 9, affordability mix and alignment with city goals. And that's essentially, if you could walk us through the reasoning behind how you proposed, walk us through the reasoning behind your proposed affordability targets and how your housing mix responds to the Menlo Park's needs. Were there any alternative affordability mixes you would have proposed if you'd been given more flexibility?
And so again, for the order, we'll start with related California Alta Housing, followed by Presidio Bay Ventures, and then Alliant Communities. So if you'd like, you can stand at your podiums at this time and respond. And that's true for all of you. You can all come up to the podiums at this time, and that way, in this order, for this question, you can respond.
Question 9, yes.
Our proposal aimed to look at what the city presented in the RFP, and meet that need. We are completely open to adjusting that affordability mix between that 30 and 80% range as it sees fit. There are trade-offs amongst that in terms of who will be served, in terms of the overall project financing and gap, and we're here to help the city analyze those trade-offs and see what they want. But our proposal was from 30 to 60% AMI, working to meet exactly what the city desired in their response. But we're happy to be flexible and work with the city to understand the various trade-offs there. And I'll also note we did include some market rate housing as well. Housing, feeding affordable housing and market rate housing. What that market rate housing does, not only does that help the city's green allocations, but it also helps contribute a subsidy towards that parking garage. So we're trying to help subsidize that parking garage to provide as much as feasible and provide everything that's there while being very transparent and reasonable about what the costs are.
So again, we did not respond exactly to what the RFP requested. We proposed low income housing at 80% AMI. That's 40% of units, and then workforce or middle income housing at 120% of AMI at 60% of the units. You also asked about unit types. Those range from studios, 1s, 2s, and 3 bedrooms. I'll note that, we can sort of scale up and down how much of deeper levels of affordable housing we're providing. Ultimately, when it comes to things like solely deeply affordable housing or supportive housing, to be totally candid, the other two developers are better suited to deliver that. The reason why we responded in the way we did was we were responding to what we were hearing from the community, and candidly, we were providing what we can actually propose, because we are a market rate developer predominantly who does deliver affordable and workforce housing.
I'll just start by saying that we are extremely flexible with what we're offering. And so how did we pick the mix? We really wanted to give the city and the council what was asked for in the RFP. So we tried to hit all those points. And more specifically, how do we break up the AMIs and the unit sizes? We really selected a lot of that to make sure that we could hit funding goals to be the maximum competitive for the financing that we put in our capital stack. So I think that bleeds into one of your other questions, but we're extremely flexible. We're interested in doing lots of community outreach, finding what the community would like, what the community needs. And I think there's a lot of alternatives beyond what we propose that would work really well here.
Thank you. And I want to open for any clarifying questions or follow-up questions. So I actually have one, and that's, can you just describe how you're going to set rents, whether it's based on the household's actual income, or how are you determining the affordability? And is it possible to set a cap on the rents at 35% of the household income? Actually, why don't we start with one? Okay. Go 1, 2, 3, please.
A little shorter than you. Again, my name is Ann Silverberg, and I'm with Team One, related. So the income and rent levels are set by the state. So the income levels are set in accordance with the area median income, and then the rents are set at that. They're set at 30%, but a family or an individual could fall slightly below that maximum income level, and they would end up paying a little bit more of their income toward rent. And so in some cases, it's 35% or it's even 40% of income toward rent. We typically do not limit that, which allows for a bigger window and allows for families to fall under that income level and still afford that level of rent that's set by the state. To give you some perspective, the rents actually just came out earlier this week for the 2026 levels. And of course, I stepped over here, so I don't have them right in front of me, but they're over $200,000 for a family of 4 in San Mateo County. So this is not, I mean, it's affordable, but these are regular folks that are living in our communities that need a little assistance to pay market level rents. For a family of 4, 80% AMI is $147,000. So again, that's, these are our community members that are looking for rent. And so the rents are set at 30%, but sometimes they pay a little bit more if they fall slightly below that maximum income level.
Yes, I'll echo the point that the rents that we're proposing are the county set rent levels, where we would be providing rents based on whatever the AMI tier is. Typically, those rents are 30% of whatever the area median income is.
I'm actually struggling to let all three answer this, but the question really is that some of the rents, when you're setting them at the county level, actually go fairly high into the percentage of someone's rent when they're on the low end of the affordability band. And so it's a matter of, would you be willing to set a cap or somehow make sure that these units are truly affordable for the people who we are trying to house?
Yeah, again, the rent levels are set at 30%, and that is the rent. And then the income level is a maximum. And so to have a little bit of a window for the residents that fit into that unit, that their incomes can drop a little bit below, and then they are paying a little bit more than 30% of their actual rent at the time that they move in. And over time, that often changes. We don't typically cap at 35%. We might cap at 40% so that a household may pay a little bit more than 30% when they first move in, but then over time it adjusts. Then there's also lower income bands. So if the 80% unit is unaffordable, they drop to the 70% or to the 60% so that all of their rents are always affordable to the household.
And you would be willing to put a cap at some
Yes,
point.
but not typically at 35% because it creates too small a band for finding residents.
Thank you.
Sure. I think the other piece to consider here is really the financing, right? We've set up our model and proposed what we need from the city and what we can deliver based on the rent levels that we proposed. And so if we start toying with caps, it just starts to impact the level of gap financing needed. So we would certainly be willing to consider that. It's not what we initially proposed.
My answer is not that dissimilar to related. It's very formulaic. There's a county area median income, and then we set our limits anywhere between 30 to 80% of that median income, and people pay 30% of their income in rent. Oh, and Allison's gonna. Allison.
I would actually also add that any resident who comes with a portable voucher for rent payment would actually have that be their limit, and the voucher would cover the balance. And so it's probably applies, you can probably not, it probably applies to all of us that we sort of welcome and accept anyone who would have a tenant voucher as well. I know some landlords can be frustrated with the challenge of doing that, but I think in what we do in providing affordable housing, we are very comfortable and prepared with accepting those and inviting people in. And that's a good way to do that and to help market these opportunities to people with that as an option.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Nash. So with regards to the question of the affordability mixed, all of you essentially responded initially like, well, we're flexible, except for CDL. You're like, we're only so flexible. And so that concerns me, especially because I know that there are some developers who specifically did not respond to the RFP because they did not think that the program penciled out. And so you guys did. Good for you. Happy, excited. But then when it comes to, so you responded You didn't have some of the concerns of the other developers, but now you're also saying that you seem to be flexible on the affordability mix, and that's an important thing as far as the financing of the project, or understanding the financial apparatus of the project. And so my question is if you're dialing that affordability mix in different directions, and if you're dialing it in one way that the city wants to make it most affordable, then what changes? Like, what then is that? Is it like you're expecting more for the city? You have to do more units? What is the other lever that has to give, which I feel like I don't completely understand. I do understand you're flexible, but I don't understand who's paying for that flexibility.
Same order. All right, so I'll jump in and feel free to add. So for our proposal, we have an affordable team, we have a market rate team. So one of the levers is we can change the ratio of the affordable to the market rate. So if you wanted to not have 345 affordable units, I think we offered a few more, we could dial that down and instead increase the number of market rate units. That would do a number of things. It always ripples through, but that might provide the opportunity to contribute more to the parking, for example, or other kinds of outcomes that could be considered. And so what we would want to do is understand how you might be interested in making changes, and then we would work with you to say, this means that. On the affordability mix, there is some flexibility within limits. So if you said we want, more 80%, we might balance that with some 30% and still end with the same average of, let's say, 50%. So there can be some flexibility. But if you were to say we need all 345 units at 30% AMI, that would be very, very challenging. And it would require much more subsidy and a whole lot of thought. And I'm not sure that we could be that flexible. We'd have to talk it through with you.
We essentially have two levers that we could pull on our end. One of them is the average affordability. So if you're going to increase the number of deeply affordable units, in our case, we didn't actually propose any deeply affordable. We proposed low income. So if you needed to increase that, you would then take some units that are either in the low income bracket or in the moderate income bracket and push those up to the next level. The alternative is you're looking for additional gap financing, which is something that we're trying to avoid. We would want to solve it through balancing our affordability.
So again, I don't know that my answer is that dissimilar to the related team, but I think we are able to still maintain a lot of flexibility. Like Ann said, if you asked for an all 30% AMI project, it'd probably require that we got project-based vouchers. But beyond that, I think there is a lot of flexibility within the mix. And when I think of what I'm saying there's a range of 30 to 80% AMI units. And I think we could mix that up fairly easily. And we could even mix what the average median income is in the building. One of the main things I'm looking at when we put together a pro forma and what we did for this one is how competitive are we going to be when we go apply for tax credits? And one of the main, and this landscape is changing continuously in California. One of the main drivers of that right now is a tiebreaker when you go apply for your tax exempt bonds. And if you're putting in state credits and how many state credits you're asking for. So to kind of directly answer the question I was asked, if you were to say lower the average AMI from 60 or 55, you could lower it down to 50 and you could make that up in state tax credits. And the reason you can do that is because you're now competing with a group of projects that are called ELI, VLI, and it's easier to compete against them than it is to compete against the projects that are averaging 60% AMI. Sorry if that was overly complicated.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a next? Okay. Let's go with number 2, general financial feasibility and risk. What are 2 or 3 conditions that would make your project financially infeasible if one of those conditions happened after the selected team what would you do? And I guess also as part of this, just walk us through your financing a little bit, please. Number 2.
Excellent. I'll start with the financing, which is we're proposing to secure market rate financing. So that could include a HUD loan. It could include some level of bond financing, but we're not looking at low-income housing tax credits. From an equity standpoint, we would be looking at impact funds primarily. When it comes to financial feasibility, I mean, I think we've stressed the model and proposed exactly what we think we need, which is a robust ask, right? It's $15 million plus a waiver in fees. And that is what's needed to make our project pencil. And that's what we're comfortable proposing. I heard separately at the open house a question of, say that we were selected, right? We went down the road and the project didn't pencil. Would we be sending the bill? Would we be sending the city a bill? That would not be something that we would be doing. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that any cost on this project that is sunk is a sunk cost on our end.
So I don't know that there's an answer to a future question like this, but I think that there's always a way, particularly in California, where the voters in our state legislature is always looking for new and innovative things. And on the flip side, we also see things going away and changing very rapidly. So over the last, less than a year, we've switched from having all tax-exempt bond applications required to be financed with 50% of tax-exempt bonds to 25%. And in fact, our project here in town, we were one of the first projects that pivoted to switch to the 25%. There's other state programs that are going away, but generally there's always a way to restructure it. I think if there were something truly catastrophic, we would be very happy to work with Counsel and the city to figure out other solutions. I mentioned in my intro presentation that what we do as an organization is a very wide range of housing opportunities. We include workforce and fully market rate. Our team specifically here does 100% affordable tax credit finance projects. But if it came to that, maybe we would be talking about, does the city want to consider other options like that to make it feasible?
Hi, all. I failed to introduce myself before, Nick Wilder with Related. I grew up in the area, so it's really a pleasure to be back here. My parents still live nearby in that community, seeking to build much needed housing. Many that I grew up with can't live here anymore, so it's personal to me as well. So I can talk a little bit about financial feasibility. Really, an affordable housing developer, what we are is we're experts at going and finding that money and getting things done. It changes week to week, day to day. There's very active conversations at the state level today, yesterday, on some really important financing sources for the state. So we need to be nimble, we need to be ready. We go out there, we get it done. We work with local jurisdictions, counties, nonprofit lenders, any source that would be a good fit to try to tailor our project, both the number of units, the phasing, the AMIs, to be as competitive as possible. We'll do a lot for a point. We're going chasing points. We're putting that extra solar on the roof to get that point. We're providing certain classes to go get that point. That's what we do, and you have to weave it all together and put together that financial pathway. So what we do is try to overcome those challenges, adapt quickly, and be ready to be the first in line to secure those much coveted resources to get this project forward. And then in terms of design, in terms of feasibility, it starts at the beginning. We want a high quality design, but we want a feasible design. So that goes with the size of the project, how each project, each phase, how that goes into the various funding sources at the state. We work to do design build ahead of time so that we can lock in pricing in an era of rapid inflation. We are currently setting modular housing units at a project in El Cerrito to lock in again. That saves 4 months and hundreds of thousands of dollars on interest. So we're experts on housing design, housing finance, and just really being scrappy to work to get the project done and partner with the city to understand those various trade-offs so that we can be on that journey together to get this done.
Thank you. Any council follow-up questions? Let's go to the labor trade since that is part of the financing. Could you please, starting with number 3, discuss your approach with the labor and realizing that some of the financing may require labor?
Well, I'll say that nearly every project that I've worked on has included prevailing wage and labor requirements. For the projects we're proposing here, we did a separate pro forma for each of them. And so I believe one of them has prevailing wage, the other 2 don't. And it's like, I would love to be able to offer that. I also need to pivot to our financial request from the city, which is designed to minimize what we're asking. So switching to a prevailing wage project typically adds 25% or so more to the costs. And so we'd be happy to look at doing that, but then our ask to the city could change.
For our proposal for the affordable units, we assume prevailing wages. We assumed 100% prevailing wages. We often build with prevailing wages, and we're happy to engage with the trades. We have a number of developments that don't require union labor, but we hire union labor anyway. As an example, we have a development in San Francisco, which is 85% union labor, but there is not a PLA or a requirement for union labor. Certainly, if there wasn't a requirement for prevailing wage or a desire not to pay prevailing wage, there would be some cost savings. That is one of the levers. But for this presentation or for this proposal, we assume prevailing wage.
We would certainly be open to conversations with union labor. Our current underwriting assumes open shop labor. That being said, we're friends of unions, we're friends of labor, and we frequently work with them on our market rate housing projects.
Thank you. Follow-up. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I think just to maybe put a really fine point on it, there's a commitment from each of you to sit down with Julie and Bart for a couple of meetings to work out, I mean, as Steve was saying, to work out what that actually looks like. And then I think we ultimately make some of the decisions on financial impact of that. But sounds like all 3 of you are willing to sit down with Julie, Bart, and team and have a couple of meaningful discussions. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yes. Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question, which I probably should know, but what is the Sheridan project? Are you using prevailing wage there?
No, we don't have prevailing wage on that one.
Thank you.
And just along those lines and maybe this was said and I missed it, as it relates to the financials that you've done already, is prevailing wages a part of that or not?
That's what I was mentioning. On 2 of the 3 projects that we proposed within the 3 developments do not, and I believe the 3rd does.
Within the 3 developments for the downtown parking lots?
Right. We proposed 3 distinct projects, 3 separate tax credit applications.
Okay. And is that the same prevailing wages are a part of the financial calculations?
For our proposal, all affordable phases assume prevailing wage.
Okay. Yeah.
Ours is.
Thank you. Let's go to, how about construction impacts? Can you describe your approach to phasing and construction impact management for this project?
I lost the order.
I'm sorry. I believe we are back to number 1.
With a project like this, phasing is the most important thing. We're proposing that the parking garage lead, which really unlocks alleviating a lot of those concerns. And then really only one plaza would be impacted at a time, which allows parking to maintain throughout the entire development process. And in addition, this is what we do. We're currently working at an active BART station in El Cerrito. I just said we're setting mods there. That's a parking lot as part of a 743 unit development on 7 acres of BART land in downtown El Cerrito. And that project, we're not building 743 units in one go. We're doing 70 units to start and then phasing it. And we have a phasing diagram that I think has 13 different phases that maintains our ADA parking, maintains that close to the station for good access, maintains an active bikeway, and first and most importantly, we have a transit way that serves hundreds of thousands of passengers that we have to maintain and keep operating at a perfect clip throughout the entire development. So we're experts on managing that. And so it's big picture. It's looking at the blocks and seeing what's going to get built, but it's also talking to that business owner, saying, when do you get deliveries? Can our construction company, can they accommodate? Okay, we'll do ours on Thursday. You can have access here on Mondays and Thursdays. It's getting to the hyper local and the personal to really break down those barriers and understand what people are concerned about. And that's in addition to the standard protocols, dust mitigation, vibration monitoring, being respectful of construction hours, having email address available if people have concerns, if there's noise or trash or whatever it might be. We're also working with reputable contractors who want to continue to work in communities like Menlo Park. So we have great experience with mitigating those measures and mitigating. Can't 100%. There'll be construction's construction. If your neighbors ever built a house, you'll hear some hammers, but we try to make sure we do everything we can to make those impacts felt as least. And the primary method to do that is strategic phasing to keep as much of the infrastructure open for as long as possible.
Similarly, our approach to phasing emphasizes prioritization of delivering the parking garage within phase 1 and then minimizing disruption to downtown by splitting construction into 3 distinct phases, going Plaza 3, Plaza 2, Plaza 1. I know we're going to talk about community engagement, but so much of the community engagement component is actually about engaging the community on what the construction process, what those impacts look like. To the extent possible, we'll be staging everything internal to the site area, but obviously that's not a realistic expectation to imagine that there won't be disruptions, not just from a traffic standpoint, but also noise, dust, et cetera. And so educating the community, coming up with a good mitigation program, right, and a schedule are all critical to our process.
In my introduction, I mentioned that our construction manager is here, but I failed to introduce him. So he's going to go ahead and answer the question. This is Murad, president of Concord.
Thank you, everybody. I would kind of categorize this answer into 2 different categories. One, high level. I think I agree with everybody in terms of sequencing the project and looking at the 3 projects. Obviously, there's a lot that needs to happen before we start construction, but I would sequence it to where the smaller project starts, the 60-unit project starts first, so we can establish protocols, engage with the community and logistics, figure all those out. And obviously, when construction starts, there's obviously immediate shock to the community. But when you start with a smaller project, I think everybody gets to kind of know the community and taking a step back. So I was a general contractor working for the Stanford University. So I'm very familiar with downtown, especially Menlo Park, and specifically these sites. I know the community pretty well, but I think it's very important to start with the smaller projects, sequence it so they're not all starting at the same time. And then the second category is the day-to-day. And we typically, we have an open communication with the community, creating a website, having a liaison so people can actually go to when they have problems. They can reach out to me personally or one of our staff, and scheduling with downtown construction, there's always things that you could do to mitigate the impact. Obviously having pedestrians, scaffolding, with banners, if we want to engage local artists with murals to help the small businesses around the neighborhood, and scheduling deliveries around not peak hours, things like that where you could do. And obviously there's other things that we have to do, traffic control plan that we work with the city staff, with the fire department to establish safe routes and things like that we normally do anyway. But that's how we could mitigate the downtown construction.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Councilmember Schmidt.
I think the line presentation, that the last answer got to a little bit more of the meat of this is a less about phasing in general impact and very specifically to businesses and making sure there's some level of business continuity. So I just maybe want to give the other two groups a chance to maybe get a tiny bit more specific when it comes to particularly minimizing business impacts versus just general phasing and general construction updates.
Actually, let me stop you there and let's go to the next question, which is business support. And correct me if this doesn't cover it, but what tools or support programs is your team prepared to put in place to help downtown businesses during construction? And has your team used these tools for other projects? Does that cover it?
That's fair enough. I took that more as like a city kind of a question, but it's good to hear it from the developers as well.
Okay.
That sounds great. Yeah.
So both, you get the gist of it. And we'll start with number 2, Presidio Bay, please.
Sure. In terms of business support, I mean, it all starts with community engagement, ensuring that, again, the businesses understand what the process looks like from a construction standpoint and from a ongoing impact standpoint once construction is completed within their initial, their direct parking plaza and beyond, right? We have a robust team of community engagement professionals who will assist with that process, make sure that we're holding regular open houses. Typically, and this is something that we do on all of our projects, we're conducting several open houses after every sort of iteration of design advancement, of project advancement, to ensure that this isn't a bait and switch, that we're not presenting something that changes dramatically from when the community first sees it, has an opportunity to opine on it, and then ultimately it's ratified and the project is ongoing. At every stage, we're holding open houses, we're holding opportunities for the community to engage. We have a website that very clearly outlines where we are in the process, what the next steps are, what the next opportunities for the community to engage with the process are.
As part of this answer, we're really focused right now on the business support as opposed to the community. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I mean, I view the businesses as sort of one and the same part of the community. But that being said, yeah, I mean, there were a few great points that were brought up, including, for example, ability for drop off, right, for loading, et cetera, and ensuring that we're working directly with those businesses so that they understand what their access, what their egress looks like during the construction process, before and after the construction process. So, I mean, I think as much as I'm talking sort of generally about community engagement, we hold community engagement opportunities for each specific stakeholder. That includes businesses, that includes residential neighbors, that includes folks who are utilizing downtown on a regular basis. So that's how we would intend to address that, and then take in that feedback, right, and incorporate it into our process. Yeah, please.
I think especially with business owners, like what's really important is that they understand how things are going to flow, and that they're most concerned about their customers getting confused and then not coming back. And so creating signage or a plan where it's very clear how things are going to change and where they'll still have access to parking, where they'll still have access for their loading and unloading. All that stuff is really critical to sort of just getting them comfortable with the idea that this construction is going to be happening in their backyard. And John talked about it. I think we'll talk maybe more when we get to the community engagement. The community, we talk about community as this sort of big, it's all the community, but they're really different constituents within there. And in this case, the business owners are an incredibly important constituency. So making sure that we set up some direct communication between those local business owners as we're developing our plans all the way through construction so that they feel like they're heard and that we can be responsive to their needs, I think is going to be a critical part of any engagement that we do, but especially during construction.
So I see support for business as I can tell you what I think will work right now, but I don't know where they're getting their deliveries today. I don't know how much power their building is using and exactly where it's coming from. I don't know if their customers usually use the front door or the back door. So a lot of the answer to this question stems from our engagement with them, not to say, hey, here's what we're going to do. Here's when our construction is going to be noisy. Here's when our team is going to be busy, but saying, what's your schedule? You might have a toy store that says you can do whatever you want in October, but good God, I need access in December. And so the flexibility there is not just explaining and having available our needs, but really knowing what their peak hours are, what their peak seasons are. These are not short-term construction projects. So, I've already had conversations with our utility consultant. One of the first things I saw when I walked these parking lots is I said, oh, there's a lot of trash bins. There's a lot of power lines and connection for communication. And so I see that at a very practical level, what we can do for businesses is ensure that those kind of nitty-gritty operational means are maintained. And it could be that we're relocating power and we provide hotspots for the week that it's out. It could be that we time the on and off and make sure that if their business has refrigeration, that we understand what the backup needs are going to look like. There's a lot of components that go into moving power lines, moving your trash pickups, scheduling those. And that comes at this point, I see it more as a listening measure to figure out what's feasible and what's needed. And knowing that we can go in and we can make those adjustments.
I tried to address this in my initial response, but try not to be repetitive of the items that the others have said, which are all very true. But overall, it's really about building individual trust with each of these businesses, building relationships. That starts with the developer and then going into our contractor ahead of construction so that we can understand what their needs are and plan for it. Not after an issue has happened, not after someone can't, get their fresh catch delivered to the restaurant, but ahead of time so that we can really design the construction plan around it. Are those alleys? So many of these businesses are fed off those parking lots, sort of like an alley. Some use them as sort of a primary entrance, and how that can shift or how that can be managed with signage, how those can be maintained for certain periods. Maybe we're redoing the alley first, and then that reopens for the remaining 18 months of construction. But all of those things are done by establishing trust, and that's really an old school person to person. We can establish an email address, we can have events, but it's creating those relationships. And I'll say two examples. One, Spencer, my colleague here, developed a pickleball relationship with one of our neighbors at a property in San Francisco. They met and they just said, oh, you play pickleball, I play pickleball. Let's go get to know each other. And they developed a relationship and could understand what their needs were. Project's ongoing right now. Another a project in Sunnyvale. Attended the grand opening. There was a neighbor across the street that was worried about impacts on infrastructure on the street, which will be an impact here with those alleys. There's so much utility work that will be needed to be done in those parking lots. And they needed to trench in a portion that affected their front yard. And there was some rose bushes. She was an avid gardener. And she was really concerned that the rose bush had to be taken down. I think one rose bush was removed, but the contractor went out of their way, I think went to a special wholesale nursery to get a mature rose bush. And I think got 3 or something like that. She spoke at our grand opening about how great this development was. 2-3 years before that, she would not have been saying that. So those are specific examples where it's really personal to understand what people's needs are, whether it's a delivery, whether it's a rose bush. We want to understand what those are so we can help mitigate those impacts to businesses, customers, et cetera.
Thank you. Yes, please.
So, pickleball notwithstanding, which I know is great. Is the possibility of any direct subsidies built into any of your financial modeling for this project? Subsidies to businesses to replace the monies, the revenue that they possibly will lose. And I don't know why my microphone is humming. So just to be clear, that's not built in, and that's not something you've ever done in any of your projects.
Let's start with, I think we're on number 2, Presidio Bay. And then
Yes, that is not built into our pro forma. We have established relationships with business owners of properties that we have gone on to develop, where we have helped with relocation services. Obviously, that is not the intent or the goal here to relocate any of the businesses. But we are very familiar with business support. We are not accounting for any direct subsidies from a support standpoint.
It kind of the nodding and head shaking. It is not built into our model. It is something that I've worked on before. One of the projects I worked on was building housing in the middle of an existing retail plaza, and the retail developments did stay active throughout construction. The original financing did not include any financing for them either. And ultimately, based on an understanding of the impact, which was a little different for each business, there were rent abatements. We owned the developer I worked for owned the full site. So the rent abatement was that they were not paying rent for a portion of that period of time, which ultimately got kind of cooked into the deal later on when it became necessary.
We do not currently have any subsidies built into our pro forma for the neighboring businesses. We will always take care of the impacts of our development. So as an example, not pickleball resident, but neighbor on another development, they needed to close their windows because they had a property line building and we were building next door to them. So we took care of that for them. So there was no cost to them. So we will always take care of our impacts, but we don't currently have any subsidies for businesses built into our pro forma.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. That was why I kind of assumed that part of it was a city thing. So I don't know that I've heard of anybody doing that anywhere, but it was the right question to ask, I think. The thing I guess I wanted to say was just to echo off and maybe send a little bit of a signal. I really appreciate the response of putting their needs first as much as possible. I think one of the things we've heard loud and clear, and we shouldn't underestimate, is this is less about our proposal and then how do you react as a business. I would encourage everybody to just keep thinking, how do we build out these plans in partnership with the businesses so we can minimize that impact? I don't think we have to go around grabbing rose bushes and hand delivering them. I mean, that's a great example, but this spirit of not imposing something on the business, but listening and trying to design something in partnership with the business, I think is, I really appreciate everybody kind of echoing that. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to community engagement since we've started some discussion about that, starting with Lyon at number 3, please. There's no need to repeat what you've said or to add in any depth, just if you have anything to add, please. And this is Describe your approach to community engagement and steps you would take to help keep the community aware during the construction phase.
Well, so I think it's a whole combination of things. We would go out and first figure out who all the stakeholders might be. And so that probably is a wide range of neighborhood groups, business groups, individuals, and really, and probably vet that with staff and potentially council to see, like, do we really have the appropriate groups of people? Have we captured everyone? And then we would hold meetings. So maybe not large meetings, smaller meetings for each of the individual groups to get feedback on a variety of different things. So we get a really robust feedback to us. Some of those meetings will be in person. Some of those meetings would be online for people that might not be able to make it to in-person meetings. And we would have a project website. And what else are you asking? Oh, and then during the construction process, so that, sorry, maybe I didn't answer the right thing. That would be the community engagement that would feed into the actual design of the project, but that would be kind of an ongoing process. So by the time we did all that, we would also have a database of people that had expressed interest. And so we would have an ongoing website and a lot of other communication tools. And I know you said not to repeat, one of our slides was on different things that we might be able to do to accomplish that. And all of those things are ones that I have done on previous projects.
So similarly, we had a slide on community engagement, which listed some of the techniques that we would anticipate using. But I wanted to get a little more specific about community engagement and information during the construction phase of the project. I think we view this as not one big project, but really 3 individual projects that will require a tailored solution in terms of mitigating construction impacts, in terms of understanding what the business needs are for each one of those sites. So the solutions that we employ and develop will be different for each one of those. And that will come out of this engagement process that we have as we approach the construction phase, starting with community meetings, with active outreach to all the affected stakeholders, making sure in partnership with city staff that we have talked to all the right groups and the affected groups, understanding their needs. We already learned a lot through the open house about how some of the businesses get their deliveries and use some of those access points. So that was already informative. We expect that to continue on in a much more robust way if we're selected. We have a construction website that we always utilize. We have a look ahead schedule that is pushed out via email to keep everyone informed of what they can anticipate in terms of the construction activity for the upcoming phase of the project. And I know Ann and Nick didn't want to brag too much about their construction team's performance on our Lot 12 project, but I will say this: we had the groundbreaking last week. Several of the neighbors came through the groundbreaking and actually praised Related's construction team, how well they were keeping everybody informed, how accessible they were during the construction phase. So, and this is during this is during a period of time when you have construction pours and a lot of disturbance, quite frankly, at the initial stages of the project. They understood, they felt very well informed. So I think that's a real testament that I heard to the performance of their team.
Community engagement, I think, is really a lot about building trust. And ultimately, we're not starting at the beginning of the process. We're sort of coming in the middle of a process that's already happened with a lot of the work that you all have done. And so we want to make sure we respect that, and that we engage with people so that they understand that they've already been heard, that what they've said is stuff that we're incorporating into our project. And that building of that trust is the foundation for having a successful construction process, right? So if we build that trust before we begin construction, then they know that they can come to us and we're going to listen to what they have to say. And yes, we have websites and the superintendent's phone number will be available from the sign and all the same things that other people are doing. But that work doesn't help unless there's a belief that there's somebody on the other end of that website or on the other end of that phone that actually cares about what the community says. So I think it is, I know the question is specifically about the construction process, but I think the foundations of successful construction start, the moment we begin re-engaging with the community.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Councilmember Schmidt.
I appreciate that. I wasn't going to ask this question originally, but I think it just occurred to me as you were talking about this. So how do you maybe put a little finer point on it? And the last point about building trust, we're in that continuum. And I think some residents would argue that trust has been broken with the city. Whether we agree or disagree with that perspective is beside the point, but some people feel that way. I'm just curious, I'd love to hear from each of you, knowing that that may be true to some people that you talk to, how does that refine your approach if, a portion of folks and businesses say that the trust is broken and you've got a pretty big repair job to do. So I'd just be curious your perspective on that and how you do it.
I think it starts with honest listening and communication. I think actually several of the council members have been at community meetings that we've led for other project. And then I also, at the recent open house, there's not just going to be, there are community members that are opposed to doing this and not treating them any differently, really listening to people's concerns. And in my personal experience, when people know that you're listening, they may not like the answer that you give, but they know that you're considering it. And I think, I've mentioned flexibility a lot. There's fundamental things about a project we're not going to be able to change, but there are things that we are going to be able to change. And so I think part of the trust building is really being honest and open about what aspects that you could work with the community on. And really, it's a feeling that comes across.
I think, quite honestly, given the situation that that we're all engaged in here, I think it's one we need to acknowledge that the level of distrust or hostility towards this approach. I think we need to be upfront and acknowledge that. I agree with this idea that we have to be open and communicative. I think more than anything, it really becomes incumbent upon us as whoever the chosen developer is to really be hyper vigilant about listening, about really trying to understand what the core of the issues are and the concerns. If there are things that can be addressed or modified or incorporated into the project, really hear those out. There will be some that we can't incorporate or we can't address, and we have to be very transparent about that and or point out what those trade-offs are. But I think any of us going into this process, if selected, we know that that level of communication just has to be exponentially greater in this situation, just given the level of concern about this project.
So we recently completed an entitlements for a project at North Berkeley BART Station, which I think when we started the process, there may have been already like 30 community meetings that had completed, and we did like an additional 20. And so there is this fatigue in the community that comes from saying what they think is right and getting reported back to them something that's different. And I think, everyone has touched on it today. It's really about sort of being honest about what are the things that are within the purview of this community and outreach process. it is not everything, right? There is going to be housing on these sites, and there is going to be some amount of parking. How much parking, how much housing, exactly the configuration, those are all things that we have some ability to change. And so starting with that honesty of like, here are the things that aren't going to change and here are the things that you can impact, there will be still people that will be upset about the fact that there's housing being built, but I'm always surprised at the number of people that once you sort of say, this is the way it's going to be, that they move past that and they engage with you to try and make the project that isn't going to happen as acceptable to them as possible.
I just really quickly want to add, there will be housing on this site contingent upon November's ballot initiative, right? Somebody asked the question virtually earlier today. We are under no impression that this project is moving forward, at least us on team number 2, if the initiative does pass. So just to clear that up.
Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
Although just for clarity, the initiative doesn't ban development of the parking lots. It just requires that the voters approve. And so that certainly is a hurdle. I'm no, by no mean. But in theory, right, it would just be that a future would be the council makes a selection and then that has to go to voters. Right. Is yes.
At a general election, which would be at least 2 years away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we're 2 years away under the best circumstances.
Thank you. Replacement public parking. How does your proposal address the city's priority for replacement public parking? How would construction of the parking be funded and who would maintain it? And city clerk or someone, is it number related? Thank you. Number 1.
Hi, everybody. Our proposal has the public parking all in one consolidated garage for efficiency, but I'll note that we heard at the community event that folks do like the distributed parking throughout due to the nature of the sort of interface of the backs of a lot of the businesses. So we've already started looking at schemes where we could merge some of that parking into all the sites. There'll likely be one sort of larger garage and then and some parking there. So we're actively exploring that and listening to that. In terms of funding the garage, I mentioned earlier that a significant portion of our inclusion of market rate housing is that market rate housing. It's not just the need for housing of all kinds and 145 units towards the city's RENA goals, but it is a direct payment of $7.5 million towards that public parking garage. The remainder of that cost, we would look to work with the city to either city fund directly, or in other instances, there can be some grant funding that can be available to help pay for that. It can be very competitive, but we have secured some funding for our BART project on transit parking replacement dollars to work with BART to do that. That particular source, it's not transit parking here, so would not be available, but we'd have a $7.5 million payment there. The affordable housing cannot subsidize the public parking, and we really want to emphasize that our proposal is transparent and reasonable with our efforts to try to do as much as we absolutely can to subsidize that garage. And one of the flexible things we are, if the city would like less affordable housing, more market rate housing, there could be more subsidy that goes towards that parking garage. If the garage would be smaller, it would need less subsidy and we could get closer to covering the whole cost. So there are levers to play on what that looks like in terms of covering it. In terms of maintaining it as one standalone garage, our proposal envisions we'd turnkey that to the city. It would be a city owned and operated public parking garage after developed by us.
So we're proposing public parking on 2 of the plazas. That's Plaza 1 and 3. Plaza 3 would have a standalone parking garage of 455 parking stalls that are available to the public, in addition to resident parking within the residential building on Plaza 3. That's the phase that would be delivered first. But we would be providing public parking across 2 of the parking plazas, spanning the length of downtown. In terms of financing, we're asking the city to subsidize the parking garage with $15 million. We would then deliver the parking garage to the city to own and operate. In terms of parking on Plaza 1, public parking, that would be located within the residential building. So there would just be a separate public parking component that we would own, maintain, operate, similar to what we do at other properties where we have both public and private parking within one parking garage.
So the first question for how we address the city's priority for replacement public parking is that we provide all of the replacement parking that was requested. Our priority was to provide it at the ground level and just above in parking garages with access points to maintain access in and out of the businesses, similar to how a pedestrian or a visitor would experience that now. That parking is situated on sites 1 and sites 3. Partially due to size, partially due to spreading it as much as possible across kind of the whole breadth of the space. From the funding standpoint, the cost of building those garages and maintaining the garages are currently fully incorporated into our project. We've looked at it as kind of 2, we call it sort of a 4/3 construction and 1 5/1 construction in terms of units and parking, which is something that we've built before. And we are envisioning this parking as really a requirement of this project to move forward. And that will depend on the entitlement process again. But similar to offsite improvements that are required, public infrastructure improvements that are often required of projects, we have incorporated this as if it were a required component of our project. From a maintenance standpoint, we've talked with property management. I've worked on projects before that have shared parking garages, and I'm familiar with parking management plans that do allow for that shared parking and shared management. I would love to understand how the city operates and manages the current lots, what works, what doesn't work, what their priority would be, what your priority is for ongoing maintenance of those sites. But again, it's fully included in our project development. Kind of lastly, there are additional funds available that can often be applied for infrastructure improvements. And so we are considering inclusion of that as well. And sort of part of covering that full cost and including it in our project expense, when we talk about whether we've included prevailing wage or not on our projects, obviously the cost for that for additional infrastructure would be a significant increase and would adjust our ability to kind of navigate that in the way that we've envisioned it.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Combs.
So the calculations are a little different across. You said that you needed 15 million from the city, but then you said that like city could get 7.5 million, but then whatever else is on the city, and so it's like a different calculation, and then you said you could cover it, and so I wanted to start specifically between, because a lot of like what you said, Alain, is like, oh, very similar to what Related said. But this is not where you said very similar to what Related and also said. You guys are saying 2 different things. In theory, it's from a financial perspective, it should be very similar projects. So why can you very confidently say we can build the cost of the parking into our project? And I'm not getting that from Related and Alta.
I think we kind of inadvertently answered that partially already, because the Related team mentioned that they do have prevailing wages baked into all their project. We don't. I'd love to be able to say that we do. And then the other thing, which the other teams have the full ability to do, but we specifically checked in with our tax attorneys, and Allison alluded to this. If it's a project requirement, then our tax credits will fund the 4% tax credits at that portion will fund the parking structure as well.
But then, just to be clear, you're subject to that tax credit market, correct? And legislation around it, and because if I have Presidio Bay, they're like, we're just going to the markets, and we're going to get that money. You have a lot more contingency, also related, in relation to being able to package the project, which now also includes having to add 550 parking spots.
Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. I mean, I mentioned we have a other side of our house is doing market rate, and I feel like the market rate guys are having trouble coming up with an IRR that is getting investors to the table, whereas since the tax credit came into being in the 80s, there's been a market for tax credit investors. And that market fluctuates. We may get more for the tax credit, we may get less, but I don't see this, affecting our project at all. And basically our whole entire project is predicated on the low-income housing tax credit and the investor market, which, I personally don't see going away. And it's luckily one of the few things in Washington that's a bipartisan issue.
Okay, so then related, why can't you give me that deal?
We have a different interpretation of the tax rules. And so we're not including it in basis. So that's the difference. However, we are assuming prevailing wage, as we discussed earlier, which opens up a whole bunch of opportunities for other financing, which triggers prevailing wage. So we're already paying prevailing wage. That makes those funding opportunities possible for the development. As Nick was mentioning, we would pursue those funding opportunities.
And just really my last question, and then with your pro forma, you contribute 7.5 million. Do you have in that, was there also a calculation of what it would actually cost to deliver the parking?
Yeah, and its current form, today's costs, it's the 26 million.
And that's, and then I get
with
to subtract
prevailing wage.
Yeah, prevailing wage. But then, then that's, if I take away the 7.5, then we're at 19.4, 19.5. Are you saying that
26 million is the remaining gap?
Oh, that's the remaining. Okay. That's a difference.
And our tax attorney's opinion is that the parking has to be used primarily for the affordable housing residents of the building. And we've recently looked into that.
Okay.
So that's a significant difference of opinion from.
I'm hearing the phrase tax attorney a lot more often than I would like. I'm just gonna be transparent about that. Thank you all. That's all, Mayor.
Other questions? Okay. Can you tell us how many stories your garages are? We've recently had some public comment that people are not using the top levels of garages. And I'm wondering if you can, how many levels, and what is your experience with all levels being used or not? Please, starting with one.
So currently, the proposal had I believe 8 or 9 story garage as a single garage. The alternative that we were looking at actually was looking at it in the first 2 floors of one of the other parcels, so kind of distributing it a little bit more evenly. So that was one of the things we heard from the community. In terms of the number of levels, it's I've done a lot of housing projects like this. I'm trying to think. In Walnut Creek is a good example of a downtown that's developed this, where they have I think at least 3 downtown garages, or maybe 4, where it goes up to about a similar height. And I think for it to be successful, actually, is like Walnut Creek, think about opportunities for loading zones and accessible parking closer to businesses, so that way you avoid some of the challenges, like with elderly parents like mine, and that's a way of mitigating it, and also prioritizing accessible parking on the ground level for folks. And then at that point, for most other folks. I will say that I did go to a coffee bar the day of our meeting, and I noticed somebody fumbling with their child. They had all their stuff, and that was a perfect example of why the loading zones and other kind of street parking is also necessary, and having some of that priority parking on the ground level and distributing it. So we heard that.
Just to follow up, so in Walnut Creek, in the taller, in multi-level garages, are people using the upper levels, or are they
Yes.
not?
Yes,
Yeah.
there are, because it's a bustling downtown. And so, if you go there during the holidays, every level's full and you're driving up. I will say that at some point, having an elevator wouldn't matter whether it's 3 stories or 5. Like, wouldn't change that dynamic.
And does your garage have an elevator?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our parking garage is 6 stories tall. And I should say the standalone parking garage on Plaza 3 is 6 stories tall. We also have public parking within a 2-level podium, I believe, under the residential building in Plaza 1. We work with a parking consultant on all of our projects where we have structured parking. And so we're constantly evaluating the benefits of incorporating speed ramps, as an example, or other sort of mediums to alleviate traffic buildup on individual parking floors, as well as the ability to just efficiently navigate the parking garage. So that's something that we would intend to do here in the interest of minimizing costs going into this process. We haven't worked with a parking garage to validate this study, but this parking garage does align with other parking garages that we have designed previously.
Yeah, I would also just say that there's been a lot of development and technology around parking. So, many of these multi-level parking garages, you come in, it says, there's no empty spaces on level 1, 2, and 3. And there's 100 spaces on level 4, 5, and 6. And so people see that sign, they go to the floor that has parking, they walk to the elevator. There's ways of kind of mitigating people's, the inconvenience of driving to the upper level, just to sort of speed the process. Because the thing that people hate most is kind of driving around endlessly looking for a parking space. They want to be able to go to where there is open spaces and park there.
So on plazas 1 and 3, our parking is 3 levels. The bottom 2 levels are intended for public parking, and the top level is for residential parking.
I should add that the residential parking ideally would be separated and will be assigned parking as well, in part to encourage residents to go up to their assigned spots.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks for that level of detail. I think it would be helpful at some point, and maybe this is more for staff, to see that written out in 1 or 2 pages. I think just to help us keep that gets so much comment during my office hours and questions. So just being able to see that fairly clearly from each developer in a 1-pager or something would be really helpful. Just the level of details that they just verbally articulated, having that as about the garages, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe any plan for street level parking as well. I think this just comes up every single time I have a discussion about this, so something we can talk about. But I wanted to play back. Sometimes I have a habit of trying to really clarify what I hear and summarize it to the point of just making sure I can play it back to people. So I think what I heard from Alliant was, and apologies for saying it so directly, so please correct me, you either get, prevailing wage and using local labor, or you get parking. So, and like I said, I might have simplified it, and I know there's lots of levers we can change, and it's a very variable answer, but it felt sort of black and white. So you get to choose A or B. Is that too oversimplified?
I think paid for parking, paid for parking, for them to pay for it. You could always pay for it.
Right. No, but baked into their proposal, you either get one or the other baked into your proposal, not us paying for it, but is that, so that's the difference between maybe Related and Alliant is they chose to pay for prevailing wage. You guys chose to bake in parking. Am I hearing that wrong or?
Wait, kind of yes, kind of no. I wouldn't say it's like you said, is it black and white? I said, well, I don't know that it is black and white, but we put together a particular pro forma based on that. We didn't see prevailing wage as like an actual requirement anywhere. We're not opposed to that, but we modeled it without the prevailing wage. And we also tried to give something to the city, which we thought the city would want, which was to not ask for more than the ground lease the way we proposed it with a residual receipts loan and requesting a loan for our impact fees. Now, if we switch up our model, that might change things. So yes, it's not a black and white either or situation. We haven't really looked at what the impact of the additional prevailing wage might be. I mentioned it's typically 25%, but I haven't actually run it through our pro forma to see what it does. Similarly, what does it do to the parking? Would we need a city request or finance it from some other public source? Probably, but I can't say for sure. And I'll kind of throw in one other related thing too, is that in this project I previously mentioned that I did on a Santa Monica, it was a former parking lot and now it's housing. And the way we did it, and again, our proposal tonight is really based on what we thought we could do at a reasonable cost without asking a lot from the city. If we were to ask, we could do something like what we did in Santa Monica, which the ground floor was a Sprouts Farmers Market, and Sprouts and Weed really didn't want to share parking with the low-income housing residents, and they've got pretty exact parking needs. And so the retailer's parking came directly off of the street and went underground. And then the resident parking came in from the alley behind and was above the Sprouts Market with housing on top of that. Now, we did something much simpler for this proposal, really based on cost and not having to ask additional funds from the city.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And just be clear, that wasn't to put you guys on the spot. I just wanted to reflect back that those are hard trade-offs we're going to have to make, right? Because they're two different models. They get to sort of the same endpoint in two different ways. So I appreciate the fact that you don't want to put additional burden on the city and everything else. So it wasn't coming at you guys saying that was the wrong way to think about it. It just clarified we've got some hard decisions and trade-offs to make when it comes to that. So thanks.
I actually have a follow-up for Presidio Bay, and that's, you said that you were looking for a $15 million subsidy from the city. According to Related, they're looking at like $33.5 million for the parking garage. Does that mean you're covering the other?
Yes.
You are. Okay.
We're providing funding.
You're providing for that. All right. Thank you. Related is, well, they have the $7.5 million from the.
I'll correct what I said earlier. We have some state funding we have budgeted infill infrastructure grant. Then we have the $7.5 million contribution, and the remaining gap that could be additional state grant or the city is that, it's roughly high 20s. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but in that range.
Just to build on that, and I think I understand this, but I just want to clarify. So that's the 15 is directly related to the unit mix, if I understand that correct. Sorry, that's for you guys, for Presidio. It's the unit mix allows for that that being less than the Related number. I mean, I'm assuming a garage is a garage and it costs about the same regardless of who's proposing it. So what?
Effectively, what we've done is we've built out our capital stack, and there's a gap of approximately $15 million, which we're attributing to the parking garage.
Right. Okay.
Does
so
that make sense?
It does, but why is that capital stack so much different than Related? I think it's
our financing sources are quite different
Okay.
from what either.
Because of the affordable versus mixed.
Exactly,
Yeah,
because
okay.
we're effectively financing with market rate.
Yeah,
funding
okay,
sources.
that's what I was trying
Yeah.
to nudge toward. Thanks.
Other questions? So we, I believe, have finished the 8 questions that we had looked at. I have one more question that I was going to ask before, but I didn't, and that is, what is the priority for residents of the proposed new affordable housing? In other words, my understanding, well, actually, I will leave it at that. How do you look at the priority for the residents? And I think we are at 2. Presidio Bay, please.
Sure. So ultimately, we would intend to work with the city to identify a process. Certain jurisdictions have pretty cut and dry processes. For example, San Francisco, there are certain tiers, right, that get prioritization within a lottery system. So you might have, I don't know, 10% of units set aside for neighborhood residents, right? And then the tiers get bigger and they get farther out. So then it might be you live and work in a jurisdiction. So we would ultimately plan to work with the jurisdiction to identify the best process of selecting residents. Is that answering the question?
Yes, I would say that typically, and staff, please correct me or anyone correct me if I'm wrong, but we typically have for our BMR units, we have a live-work preference for Menlo Park.
Sure.
So what I'm really trying to get at is, my understanding is and this probably doesn't go for Presidio Bay, my understanding is some of the financing will override that. And so that's why I'm wondering, with all that you would be able to honor
we would be able to meet whatever the city's requirements or process was for selecting residents. Yes, within the AMI tiers that we're delivering.
We didn't talk specifically in our proposal about, I think, leasing preferences, but my understanding is that there will be set aside for sure for the BMR requirements of the city, and that not only does the city prioritize live work, but there are also other tiers within the BMR preferences for things like anti-displacement, not just live work, but I used to live work and now I don't. I think we heard about that tonight, and we would certainly want to work to be kind of as robust as possible to make this available. Very excited to be able to apply that to our project that will be leasing up well in advance of these downtown sites.
We have a lot of experience complying with preferences and priorities for live work, and that's not an issue or a problem, generally speaking. What I would say, though, however, is we have assumed some housing for IDD units, households who have a member with intellectual or developmental disabilities, and they refer their residents to the development. So that is not necessarily is something we would have to work on with the city. As you heard with one of the commenters earlier today, there are a number of folks with IDD in the community already that are looking for housing just like this. So I think that we would all work together to make sure that folks from Menlo Park are housed here.
Thank you. But I'm not hearing that there are financing constraints on this prioritization.
Sorry.
Or preference.
My apologies, the late hour. I was also going to mention there are some federal sources of funds that do have some restrictions, like home funds. And we have an attorney that we work with to make sure that we are completely in compliance. We're not assuming any of those sources right now, but as Nick noted, affordable housing requires layers of funding. And so we would always be working with staff and counsel to make sure that we're in compliance.
Thank you. And with the Sheridan property, wasn't the county financing, didn't they require a substantial number of units for the financing, or was that something that was a separate agreement?
Yes. So the city initially requested an initial preference for the BMR units and a secondary preference for other units outside of the teacher housing. And we were able to work with the county to keep that in place. So it's secondary to the county preference, but there is also that Menlo preference as a secondary preference.
In this situation, if we were to get county money, is there a good chance that they would again impose a county preference?
I think it depends on the type of funding. The funding in that project is sort of unique in the way it came to be. It was not specifically through their NOFA, so it would depend on the NOFA requirements for the county. And again, I think the timing and the requirements come into play a bit as well. I think in the case of Sheridan, the understanding had to do with feasibility and that relationship between county versus city.
Thank you. Are there any other questions that we have not covered today that someone would like to raise either on the list currently or any? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I have a question, not necessarily for the applicants, and so maybe this is a place we're going to get, but I think the easiest decision tonight is like the task for the financial analysis. But like, is it going to be a financial analysis of each of the individual proposals, or is it going to be, of which, as we heard from most of them, they're flexible about, or is it going to be a more general and generic financial analysis? And I'm looking at the city manager. I don't know who I should be looking at. Maybe I should be looking at over here. Sorry. But that would help me, like, again, totally supportive of the financial analysis. But it would be great to understand, like, what is it going to be, how is it going to be framed, or how is it going to be rooted in some way?
Yes, I can answer that. So when the RFP was distributed and then when we got responses, there were confidential pro formas and financial documents that each developer submitted with their proposal that reflected the financing proposal that they had as part of that. And so we have those, and we would do the financial analysis based on those documents that were submitted for each of the development proposals specifically.
And with the changes that we've heard that some of the developers are reacting or incorporating, I shouldn't say reacting, incorporating comments that they've heard and changing their project slightly, would that make a difference in this analysis?
I think it potentially could, if they've been reacting to feedback from the open house and thinking through different scenarios. We could, prior, if council would like for us to have that financial analysis, we could ask if there are any updates before we would then send those out for review.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
I've got one non-traditional question, and I would ask you to maybe answer it as if we're sitting and having a coffee, knowing fully well we're being videotaped and watched by lots of people. But as best you feel comfortable, what's the one thing that worries you the most about this project? And keep it brief. I'm just curious. I just want to get in your heads a little bit and try to understand the one thing. And anybody can go first. I'll give you a minute to think about it.
I mean, for us, I think timing is certainly one of them. We've already touched a bit on what this process looks like and where there might be pitfalls or hurdles, right? And so the longer deals drag out, the more difficult they become to make feasible, right? And so I think just if you're asking me what I think the biggest hurdle is, right, or the biggest risk for me, I think it's a timing thing.
I have a similar sentiment. I mentioned that I think one of the cornerstones of what we want to do is open and honest communication with stakeholders. And I think, I don't know if it's the biggest concern, but I think one of the biggest pitfalls falls in the category of timing, that I think the outreach could tend to be a longer outreach. And maybe, as we've heard, that, a ballot measure is going to slow things down or stop things. But, nevertheless, we remain very eager. We want to do the community outreach. We want to incorporate all that. But I think that's one of the, we put together a schedule in our proposal, and I think that could derail the schedule. But beyond that, we're eager and want to jump in with both feet.
I don't disagree with the previous two respondents. I would say, Menlo Park is amazing. This site is a great, great site. I know there are concerns, and we are looking forward to working with stakeholders and trying to understand those concerns and coming up with a solution that does work. This kind of development is solidly within our wheelhouse to develop. I think the thing that worries me is uncertainty and time, as has been mentioned. We don't exactly understand or know completely what's going to happen or we don't know at all what's going to happen in November, but really understand what that looks like for this development and the time associated with the process should a vote go a certain way. So I do think that is a big concern. It's very unusual, whereas a lot of other components of the development are known and understandable to us. There's a lot that's trying to be done here, and it does take a lot of funding, and we try to be as transparent and honest about how we're looking at that, even when we're delivering bad news, and that concerns me a little bit, but we're trying to be honest about it. And I think not knowing and having the process take a long time, I think just exacerbates that. So that makes me a little bit concerned.
Really appreciate that. Thanks.
Good question. Councilmember Combs.
So we all mentioned the ballot measure, but in many respects that actually is quite simple. But so let's assume the ballot measure fails. The council retains authority, but now there's litigation. How does that play into your understanding of timing? Or have you had experiences with projects where you have to work through ongoing litigation that challenges the ability to actually do the project? Because that's like because if the ballot measure wins, there's a whole lot of change that needs to happen. Again, we could still proceed, but let's say the ballot measure fails, and we're likely dealing with litigation. I want to get some sense of how you intend to or expect to or have in the past responded in situations like that.
I think this is a unique situation, right? Because the city is driving the process, the city owns the land. We've faced certainly situations where we've had litigations on site where we've had full control. We've had, ownership of land as an example, right? And there's really no option but to push forward. In this circumstance, right, I think we need to make a risk-adjusted assessment of are we willing to kind of go at risk, right, if we don't see light at the end of the tunnel. And so I think that's a real thing that we will collectively have to come to the table and discuss. Right now, we're carrying significant buffer in our timeline from, call it today, to when we're actually assuming that we'll be commencing entitlements, right, and sort of design in earnest to account for the fact that we're going through this ballot measure and there may be sort of additional hurdles thereafter. But if it comes to full-on litigation, while we do have significant experience, I think it will also have to be sort of a collaborative conversation with the city.
I think the answer really depends so much on what the litigation might be, what stage we're in, if the project's with the city or if it's been awarded. And, how serious we assess it, speaking with our attorneys and then our internal gut check. So it's really tough to say. But then you also ask, like, what previous experience? As you all know, before I joined Alliant, there was Measure V specifically against our project that we're now developing. And then there was a lot of talk since I've been around, some of which even came up tonight, about like what we were doing with different entrances and things like that. So you kind of have to gauge at what level things might stall or stop your project. And then to go back to that same Santa Monica example, with that one, before our company took control of the site, when the city was still in control of the site, there actually was a lawsuit filed. And that site was actually a parking structure, not a lot. And the city went through the Coastal Commission and went ahead and demolished the thing. And while that group was still extremely upset, it kind of eliminated anything they could say about it. And that had nothing to do with us. We were just waiting for the city to do what they did. So we're kind of have to go along for the ride and assess things as they move along.
Our answer is very similar. We have experience with litigation, but I think we need to, I would propose we work collaboratively along the way and assess and reassess as we're going along to really understand the situation and what the possible path forward will be.
Does staff have any questions that we, specifically for the developers?
I think through the council discussions, we've covered quite a range of topics. So I don't have any additional items that I would bring to the forefront.
Thank you. So I guess at this point, we can thank you so much for your presentations, for this question answer, and for your very candid answers. We really appreciate it. And you will be working with staff. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. And with staff now, you are looking for an answer on the financing and whether or not we are going to go ahead with an analysis.
Correct. The idea of moving forward with the financial analysis of the 3 individual proposals prior to returning for the next step of the selection process.
So, okay, I think it's a good idea. Is there any other opinions? Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, not an other opinion, but is it the council's desire to get the financial analysis on all 3? Like, or would it at this point want to make some determination? Because there are, 2 of the projects are similar. One is very dissimilar. And I'll say, I'll chime in. Like, I would like to see, I would like to see the financial analysis of all 3. But to be clear, one is not like the others. And so if the council did want to make some determination now of like whether it did want to constrain very specifically the mix of housing units, then this might be an opportunity where we then wouldn't be wasting time, effort, money on an analysis of a project that we feel falls out of line with what the majority of the council is expecting or wants.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Close. Yeah, I actually agree with Councilmember Combs, and I have thought about this and talked to the city manager about it a little bit. I think one of the things I do want to see is what's the criteria for cut down and shortlisting, and I actually feel pretty uncomfortable without knowing what the staff was planning to do and seeing a more structured process. I would rather see all 3 as well, because we do have the option to cut it down, but I'd rather be guided by a more structured staff process so that we can be okay, be okay with that. It feels a little early to not do all three. So I agree with that proposal.
I would agree as well. All right, we have unanimous. Please proceed with all three. I believe that we should get new updated information, please, before you launch on that. And Councilmember Schmidt.
The two other quick things. I think there was an open discussion point about city manager spend authorization, depending on what I just didn't want to forget that point. So maybe you guys could clarify, do we need to authorize a temporary increase in city manager spend if this is a little more expensive than anticipated?
I don't know if we can do this.
So the way that it would work is, I think that the city manager's signing limit is somewhere around 100,000, in that 90 some thousand. But staff would reach out to qualified consultants that could perform the type of work that's needed to get an estimate on that. And if we were seeing, that it's above whatever that limit is, then we would return to council for approval. Otherwise, if it was below that limit, then potentially the city manager could just sign off and authorize the work to proceed.
That sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess, and then the other piece of this is there anything that we would like to see when you do come back with that information and we do have another discussion? And I think one of the pieces is just, given that these are very different housing affordability proposals, can we get as good an idea as possible, reasonable, of where we stand with our housing units, given that we no longer have Willow Village in the mix since that's on pause? Also, Parkline provided 400 more units than we had in our housing element. I don't know if there's any other tweaks, but also just getting as good an idea as possible of what looks like it really is proceeding, what is questionable, how we feel about our housing mix.
Yes, we could prepare updated estimates based on what we anticipated in the housing element and what's come to fruition and what we know is in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I would. I don't know if this is going to be a part of the financial analysis, but to the extent that there are two proposals that have an expectation of monies from the city, one $15 million, one, I'm just going to say $27 million. It would be great to have some understanding of like even brief, like where the city could possibly get that money from. And I'm not talking about like grants or things that are like very subjective. But like at the end of the day, what the city could do that's a guaranteed revenue source if it needed to get access to those funds.
And just from a little bit of research, it looks like there's lots of cities do it through a business improvement district. We don't have one. So there are some other ways that look like they actually are financing mechanisms that don't require a vote. So I guess is the way, from the analysis that I've, from some AI work that I've done, looking at it, it looks like most people don't go for a vote now. And so what does that look like? What does that mean? I guess just sort of a high level view of how would we do that financing, as Councilmember Combs is saying.
The only thing though, like with a business improvement district, the businesses though do get to vote on whether that gets created.
They do, but we don't even have a business improvement district, so it's not. It's sort of a moot point.
Okay, so you're saying that's not even an option.
It's not even an option. Yeah, right.
All right, sorry.
Yeah. Thanks. Councilmember.
Sorry, Mayor, just to kind of clarify on that thought, the business improvement district does not exist.
Correct.
It could be an option to
create one.
Exactly. Yes, I think that could be listed as an option. I'm not sure if it's feasible or desirable, but I think in that spirit of what the options are, it should be listed.
Thank you. Yeah. Agree. Councilmember Schmidt.
Just one tiny addendum to what the mayor asked for relative to our housing element. If possible, it would be great to fold in even preliminary numbers for SRI and USGS. I think to present them more, even if they're not quite pinned down, it would just be good to see that as much of a complete view as we can, even if they, even if we're ballparking it, I think. Thank you.
As a separate line item, if possible, just because I've especially, okay, thank you. But I agree that it'd be interesting to see what that is. Thank you. Anything else from council members? Anything else that staff would like?
Maybe just quickly run through what was discussed. So we will get a financial analysis of all three, and we will ask all three developers for updated info for their financials before proceeding with that. We will give you an update on housing element progress and implementation, including sort of the bucket of projects that are on the horizon and estimates as needed for those. And then sort of a menu of funding options for the city contribution towards parking if needed.
That sounds great. Thank you. And realizing that this will add how much time to the schedule?
It'll depend on the cost of the study to know exactly how long, but I do think in the tentative schedule, it listed August potentially. I think that's probably quite likely to slip by maybe 3 months or something around that timing.
Actually, can you elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, I think getting the updated information from the developers, selecting a qualified consultant, initiating that project, and then reviewing the work and finalizing that to have it ready to go, I think would probably be a months-long process to work through. So I could see the timeline being adjusted out because of that.
Just now, I think I heard 1 month. Before, I think I heard 3 months. So I'm trying to.
It would be
obviously you don't truly know, but just
I think it will be multiple months. I think maybe at the if everything just goes super smoothly and first draft is great and we're ready to go, then maybe it's like a 2-month timeline. But it could be, I would anticipate probably a little bit longer of a process, just given that there will probably be revisions and things to work through.
No, I believe this is, so according to the timeline, well, actually, please, I'll let you explain.
Is the question about what? So tell me what month you expect this to be back for council, like at the best case scenario and the not best case scenario.
In the best case scenario, I think rather than August, we would probably be back around October timeframe.
Okay, so August is not even a dream anymore. We're saying October is best.
Yes.
And the worst is sometime after October.
Correct.
Okay.
With all due respect to everybody involved, I wouldn't mind an opportunity just for us to kind of actually please. Just for everybody's sake.
That I put Mr. Smith on the spot, and so I think that's accurate.
Thank you.
And to kind of clarify that for the members of the public as well, like similar to what we've done before, we've done like an updated information item that just kind of explains to the council and the public what the timeline is. One way or the other, we'll be able to update a timeline without having to come back to the council for exactly approving that timeline, but be able to kind of bracket that timeline. We can work on that over the coming weeks.
Thank you. hoping for a shorter one. All right. I guess we are now going to move on to the closed session. So thank you so much to the public, the presenters. Super big thanks to staff. That's really been very helpful. So at this time, the City Council will adjourn to the closed session. And
Sorry, Council Mayor, do we need to get confirmed on whether there's any public comment on the closed session items? Yes, thank you.
Yes. So through the mayor, I will open up the closed session to public comment. If anybody would like to make comments on item D1 or D2, both related to labor negotiations. If you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our closed session items D1 and D2. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
thank you. The City Council will now adjourn to the closed session and will return for a report out at the conclusion of the closed session. Hello. I would like to introduce City Clerk Heron for a report out from closed session now.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. There is no reportable action.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.